Hello, and welcome to my class. So glad you joined. I hope to provide you with a lot of detailed information as to my processes. There may be some parts of the videos that seem long. I have fast forwarded through the ones that are less important. So please watch the full videos to get all those tidbits of detailed information. Thank you. Hello. In this part of the video, we're going to be discussing the Primo Pearl clays, metallic clays, whichever you like to call them. I have their whole available palette that's available right now, and sadly over time they keep changing things and discontinuing items. We have to make changes ourselves. I hope someday they actually make this palette right here, which is our main palette, and I will discuss that first. In the class, we will be using these 6 colors, 3 which are package colors, and 3 that we make. The 3 that we make are made with either gold pearl, 18 karat gold pearl, or regular pearl, which I often refer to as white pearl. And we use these two to make these 3 colors. The yellow and the orange are made with 18 karat gold and Pinata alcohol inks, and you must use the Pinata brand. The Ranger brand and other brands that I've seen are just far too weak in pigment to achieve the colors we need. The blue is made with also Pinata inks and the white Pearl Primo clay. This gives us a primary red, yellow, blue, magenta, blue, yellow, and a secondary orange, purple, green palette. And that is our basic palette for everything. Now, this piece of clay right here is actually the real original blue pearl, and it's not changed at all. And this is the current version of magenta pearl. This has changed over time, and I will show you that. At first, it was a little less red than that. Then it became this version for a short time. Then this is the most current version. From the original version, which was between these two, I used to dilute it a little bit with probably 20% of white pearl. So you can use this as it is. It'll be a deeper, richer, reddish pink color. Or if you want something that's more pink when you're making items, you can dilute this with a little bit of white pearl. The original blue, I used to dilute with probably up to almost half white pearl and the original blue. So if you have some of the original blue, and this clay is 10 years old and it still has the phthalates in it, but it's just as flexible and fresh as ever. But anyway, it's about 50-50 mix. And this is the current blue, the most recent blue, which is lighter. You can't really tell it from the pack, but it is a lighter blue. And this out of the pack, I would use probably about 20% white to 80% blue if you want to lighten it. You don't have to. And the more pieces you make, you'll learn how the colors work. There was never a yellow pearl. Originally, I just used the 18 karat gold as my yellow pearl. And it works fine. So if you don't want to make yellow, you can just substitute 18 karat gold. You'll have a more muted palette than if you make the yellow clay. The orange, this is my special bright orange pearl. I've been making this for about 10 to 12 years. And there is no replacement for this. I have tried every version of every kind of pigment additive, oil paints, powdered wood stain, alcohol inks, anything, including using other colors of clay. This cannot be made other than the way I make it. And we will learn that later in the video. This adds a lot of bright and light and warmth to your projects. And we'll discuss that more when we make the clay. And this is the bright green pearl. Now, you can also substitute the bright green pearl for the peacock pearl, but this peacock pearl is a much stronger clay color, and I also sometimes I will treat this as a blue, sometimes I will treat it as a green. This one, if you tend to dilute with the white pearl, it tends to go a little to the pastel side, so don't add too much if you decide to do that. And just for historical sake, this was the original green pearl. It's almost like regular Christmas green. It's a beautiful color. It has different properties than the current clays have, as well as did the blue. But you can't make this. I've tried every way to make the same. I can get close to the color, but the effect that this original green pearl had in the metallic range was totally different than any of these other clays. This is the original red pearl. I'm going to put it next to the magenta here. And it doesn't look that much different, but it's a totally different shade. This actually is more in the pink range. This is really a true red. And to date, I have not found a pigment or an ink that is truly red. No matter how many colors you buy of red, alcohol inks or metallic powders, they're never truly red. So if you have any of this, it's great to use. Use it sparingly. I usually cut it in half with translucent. A, to stretch it out, and B, to dilute some of the strength, because it's very strong. Okay, for now, I think that's it on the basic color. So our basic palette colors for the class are these 6: magenta pearl, purple pearl, bright green pearl, bright orange pearl that we'll make with 18 karat gold, bright yellow pearl that we'll make with 18 karat gold, and then blue pearl, which we'll make with white pearl clay. Okay, moving on to the other clays. This is the full range of the metal colors, as I call them. We have 18 karat gold, silver, graphite pearl. This is the bronze pearl. And this is the antique gold, which has a green tone to it. Sometimes I treat it like a green. And then the regular gold pearl and copper pearl. And copper pearl is such a disappointment. It is so pale. It does not look like copper. This is the original copper pearl. It's a deep, rich, coppery red color. And I do have a recipe in your notes to make this color. It's much closer to the bronze, but it's brighter and a little redder. So look at the recipes. You know, if you wanted, you could also probably use a little bronze and the copper now mixed together. But it's just a different animal. It really is. And the clays have such subtle differences. If I take the bronze and I put a little thin piece on a piece of white clay next to copper, and you stretch them out really far, you can see that one will go to the red side and one will go to the brown and gold side. So they are totally different. So how we use these. The ways that we use these are as blending colors. So if you are using a range of colors from blue into purple and even into red, a 3-color analogous color way. Okay. And you mix the graphite pearl in that palette, you will get a very dark shaded version of the blues into purples into reds. If you use the 18 karat gold, which has its own special properties compared to all the other pearl clays, you will get a warm, bright, light, glowy range of a palette. Silver will make it a shaded but brighter than graphite. And regular gold would make this palette very warm but dark compared to the 18 karat gold. And later on I will show you some pictures of pieces I have made, and I'll tell you what clays I used with them as far as the blending color. Now you'll learn that more later in the video, but basically when we make a range of colors, which could be 2, 3, or all 6 of the colors, the blending colors are added in a way through our extrusion to all of these colors, which harmonizes the palette and gives it its shade or tone. You can also use, I didn't include pearl clay, the white pearl. White pearl used in this manner as your blending color will give you a pastel version of all of these. You can also mix colors. Say you wanted to make a nice rich fall palette, and you could go from purple into yellow, and then using any one or multiples of these gold and browns and bronze colors as your blending colors, it would give you a very nice fall warm feeling. You have to experiment on the darkness, but there's ways to get the color without adding so much shade, which we'll discuss later on in the videos. And before this gets too complicated, I'm just going to talk about one more thing in this video, in this part of the video, about 18 karat gold. And I'm not quite figured it out. This is the original gold, and then they came out with 18 karat gold. And it's not just a pale version of this and white pearl mixed together. It has a different translucence than the rest of the pearl clays. It seems to add volume and light and glow to whatever I make, compared to if I make the same thing and substitute the gold, or even a version of these that look the same. It's just a totally different look that it gives the clay. So this is my light box. It adds light, it adds bright, it adds a slight bit of warmth, but this is my main blending color. And this is what we'll be using along with our 6-color palette of our secondaries and our primaries. Now, if you do, one more quick thing, if you do use the peacock pearl, you can use it as a replacement for green or a replacement for blue, because it truly is both, in my opinion. But it's very strong. But if you're using blue and green, and then you add this into the mix and make it a 7-color palette, you get a whole different range of colors with an excessive amount of green, which is fine, especially if you're making something that has leaves in the patterns. But just to let you know that it's a very strong color, and if you use all 3 of these together in your lineup of colors, you will get an excessive amount of green in our extrusions. But you have to experiment. That's half the fun of working with polymer clay. Okay, so for this part of the video, we'll be moving on next. I'll be talking about the extruder and the discs. Okay, these are the 5 discs, which comes in the Walnut Hollow, the Fimo, the Makins sets. I'm not quite sure. I think they're all included in the basic Makins sets, but there are other sets of discs that are additional sets that you can buy instead. This I call 1mm, 2mm, 3mm, 4mm, and 5mm. This is the largest one we'll be using in our class, and I do use all of them in this. They basically give you a thinner string of clay. But for the class, we'll be using this thick one. And you're only ever going to be extruding through one hole. So if you use these other 2, how you make them one hole is you stack 2 discs, a disc like that, in the extruder with one of these discs covering the rest of the holes. That's how you get single holes. And I typically put the single circle hole towards the clay and the multi hole that I see at the end of my extruder. It just seems to be a smoother transition down into the one hole. I don't think it really matters, but that's how I do it. So those are the discs you'll need. For the class, we will only be using this one to make the 2 pendants that we are making in the class. This disc does come in the original set. And just for size, I'm going to try to measure that for you. So this disc, I call it 5mm. It's probably closer to 4.5mm, but I call it 5. In inches, it is probably 5/16. Just so you know, in case you have to check for your holes. But if you pick out these 5 discs and line them up, you will know that that is the one you need for the class. Extruders. You can use any type brand of extruder. And real quick, this is the Makins extruder. This is the tube I have left from the Walnut Hollow, which is also the same identical Fimo extruder. And I don't have the insert away. Someone broke theirs and I gave it away. And then this is, they don't make this one anymore. This is the small Lucy extruder. And this is the current version they have now, which is the HD XL stainless steel Lucy extruder. And I'm trying not to turn this into a commercial, but this has a spring and a red warning stopper. And what that is for is to tell you when to stop cranking your handle. And whether you're using, any of these brands, and this is basic for all brands, regardless of how the internals work, this actually uses a plug, and these use this attached plate that's attached to the rod. This has a free floating plug. But basic instructions with all models. So you put your clay in, you put your caps on, and you crank your clay out all the way to the end. And when I say to the end, you need to stop before you get to the very end. If you've ever had your extruder lock up on you, or the caps you can't get off, when you extrude it all the way to the very end and you get every last little bit of clay out of there, you're locking up your extruder. So always stop short of all the way to the end. Now this little spring and red washer is a warning sign on the Lucy. But if you don't have that on there, you know, I would stop about at least the thickness of that. Don't go all the way to your bolt and everything is all tight and you can't press any more out. It actually bends your discs, not the Lucy discs, but these thinner metal ones. It bows them out, which doesn't really hurt them, but it locks up your machine. And on a Makins, that's what actually breaks this part off. Two things that go wrong with the Makins is people break this off, or they strip the threads by over cranking too hard. Now, once you are done extruding, this is very important with all models. Once you get to the end and you've knocked off your piece of clay, take the handle and back turn just a little bit and then loosen both caps. That way it won't, if you put it away at this point and there's still residue in there and the plug's still in there, at least you won't come back in a week or a month and have it be on so tight, because that pressure builds up. And once you leave that cranked all the way tight, the longer it sets, the harder these lock up. So immediately when you're done extruding, cut off your extrusion, back the handle up, and loosen both caps. Okay, that's it on the basics of extruders and the disc we'll be using. And our next part of the video, we'll be making our custom colors of clay. Okay, now we are at the color mixing portion of our video. What I have here is Pinata Inks Senorita Magenta, Sunbright Yellow, Sapphire Blue, and Baja Blue. I have one block of 18 karat gold Primo clay cut into 4 parts. If you're only having one block of 18 karat gold for the class, we'll be color mixing 2/4, and this will be for our blending colors. These 2 products here are clay softener. This is the liquid clay softener, and this is the clay softener. I guess it's clay. And from what I've been told, about a pea size, and I have used this and it works quite well. It's quite soft and creamy. But a size of about a pea is what you're going to start with for a whole block of clay. And it works quite well. My clay, this is fairly older clay and it's very firm. So I am going to put some of that in each one of those. And then the rest I'm going to put in here to start with. It's less messy than the liquid. If you're going to use the liquid, you want to sheet your clay out in a large sheet as you can. Put some drops on, smear it out really far, and then I folded it in half and fold it in half again and let it set and let it start to absorb before I run it through my pasta machine. Otherwise, it squirts out the ends of your clay folds and gets on your pasta machine rollers, which is not a problem. By the time you're done mixing it, it all gets picked up again, but why be messy? I'm going to sheet these up, and I will be right back. Oh, one more thing. We need a 1/4 block of pearl clay, and I'll cut that and have that sheeted up too, and then I'll be back. Okay, I have my 2/4 blocks of 18 karat gold separately sheeted out, and my 1/4 block of pearl. And if you have my handout sheet with the recipes on it, remember this is half the amount of clay that I have on my recipe. It's only a 1/2 ounce of clay, not 1 ounce. Also, with the recipes, if you have to err on the side of less ink. You can always add more, especially if you're doing whole blocks. So we're going to start with the blue, and the recipe is 5 to 6 drops of each color on a 1 ounce. So we need to do half of that, like 2 to 3 drops of blue. And I'm going to do 2 drops because I usually have to dilute it down. 1, 2, that was 2 drops. I'll go ahead and just tap it there and get a 1/2 drop. That was the Baja, this is the Sapphire. 1, 2, and just a touch. Keep your lids tight. Then we're going to take a piece of deli plastic and you wrap your finger in it and hold it like this, and that is how you spread your ink out. Your ink needs to fully dry before you ever try to mix it in your pasta machine, because it will make a sticky residue mess in your machine. But if you let it fully dry, it's more like a dry pigment. Okay, and then this is going in the trash. I usually cut up smaller pieces of the plastic, but okay. Now for the yellow. The recipe says 12 to 14 drops for 1 ounce. I have half of that, so I'm going to do 6 to 7 drops. That's not a drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I'm gonna switch this here and do the orange. The recipe for the orange is, for a 1 ounce block, is 10 to 11 drops of Senorita Magenta and 4 to 5 drops of the yellow. So I'm going to start with 5. This is a used bottle. Now you see there's kind of crusty things there. You can dust those off. They won't hurt anything. Eventually they will mix into the clay. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to just touch that off. That's why I didn't have my cap on and it all leaked like that the last time. I'll have to clean that up. And then I'm going to start with 2 yellow. I'm not trying to fold that shut. I'm just trying to get as much ink off the plastic. Okay, I will let these fully dry and then we'll blend them. And I'll be back. Okay, I've mixed my orange. Now, if I hold this close, I don't know if you can see it. This one is a little darker. When I made this one, I doubled up on the pigment because I was doing an experiment, and I've been using this and diluting it by half as I go. But this is the true nice bright orange color you want. If it looks more like salmon, you probably need a drop of yellow in it. It shouldn't have a pink tone at all. It's a nice bright orange. And I will still let that rest because it will bloom, and when I mix it later on, it will probably intensify a little bit. Now, this is my white, and at this point I have 6 drops of each color of the blues in this. This is the original blue pearl, and this is the original blue pearl mixed 50-50 with white pearl. And you can see that's my target color. I'm not there yet, so I am going to go one more round. And the thing is, everyone's drops are different sizes. So I'm going to do 3 more of each color, and then I'll be back. Whoop, that was a big one. And I'll be back. The blue, and this now has 6 drops of each color of the blue ink. And it's still not quite dark enough, so I am going to do one more round of 3 drops of each color of blue and mix that up. And then I will stop there. While I'm doing that, to get ready to start extruding, you want to go ahead and condition a 1/4 block of each of your 3 purple pearl, bright green pearl, and magenta pearl. You can decide yourself if you want to add a little white pearl to your magenta pearl to lighten it up, or you can just go with it straight out of the package. I will be using it probably straight out of the package. Now, I bet you wonder why I go through this whole thing and don't just mix orange clay with white pearl or blue clay. Pearl clays are in a translucent base. The minute you add any solid color such as navy blue, regular opaque navy blue clay to pearl, you dilute the mica shift properties. And the more clay you mix like that with opaque clays, the more dead your mica shift will be. It won't be the depth of illusion. And for my process, it reduces how much sparkle and glow you have. I've tested, like I said before, all kinds of products to get colors, and alcohol inks are the best option. They are a transparent dye, so they're not adding anything that will cloud the translucent qualities of the clay. My goal is always to, when I make new colors, is to use either 100% already made pearl clays or use any kind of pigment that is transparent. All right, now condition all your clay, your 1/4 block of each of your 3 other colors. Condition these, get them all on your second setting. On your second setting, I have an atlas, so my second setting is number 1. It starts at 0. And I'm just going to show you roughly how big your piece of clay will be. And that's plenty. That's, like I said, that's enough for 4, 6, probably pendants. You know, when you have that much of each color. All right, we'll get these conditioned and then we'll be back. Also, when you're conditioning, When you condition clay for mica effect, you fold it and run it through. And you fold it again and run it through. And you keep doing that because you want to line up the mica particles so they all go flat. And we need to do that with each color. Mica clay is like a piece of glass. And well, I can show you with a piece of acrylic. Right here. So here's a piece of acrylic. It's shiny on the surfaces, just like glass, but the side has a shadow cloud to it. Pearl clays are the same animal. When you roll it through the pasta machine, to make the mica shift happen, you get a bright shiny side and a dull edge. So you always want your clay for this process to be set up for a mica shift effect. Okay, all of my colors have now been conditioned onto my second thickest setting on my pasta machine. I did want to discuss a little bit more about colors before we move on to the next set. I did end up adding 25% of white pearl to my magenta pearl. And to me, it still looks dark. If you remember, I showed you earlier, this was the second version. There was a previous version which I no longer have any of, and it was darker than this, much darker than this. Then they came out with this for a short time, and then they came to this. I think this was an attempt to push it more towards the original red pearl, but it is nothing like that. So it is, I think it's too dark. I added 25% of white pearl to mine, and we'll see how that looks. And the thing with mixing all these colors, you're also going to be blending them out. They will be getting diluted with this. But, oh, you know, different orientations of how you line up your colors when you go to extrude will change the whole palette. But in your finished products, like I will put up a picture of one that's really, really bright. And it's a square pendant, and I will have that photo put up. In that photo, the pendant was made with my really highly pigmented orange and yellow that I showed you earlier. They look the same, but there's a lot more ink. That's why that is so intense. And later on at the end, I will show you some different samples and discuss the differences between them. But I think I probably would prefer to add another 12.5% or even, you know, a whole nother quarter. But I'm going to leave it like that for our first pendant. Other things. This is Sunset Pearl. It's the weirdest color. It doesn't mix well with anything. It's not orange. It's not pink. It's not watermelon. I bought 2 packs originally. I've tried the 1 pack in different projects, and it's just not good for mixing any colors. I couldn't shift it to orange. So I don't use it at all. Okay, so all my clays are conditioned. They're all freshly conditioned. Whenever you go to do this, we're going to be cutting circles to extrude. Recondition your clay. Don't cut out a bunch of circles and come back and use them, because these are all nice and soft. I added softener to all these. The softer the better. And that does 2 things. One, it keeps, when you go to extrude, it keeps your clay from cracking. And then when we start to form the strings, if you bend a string of clay on a sharp turn, it'll prevent it from cracking. It also makes it extrude smoother and easier, so you don't get any roughness on the outsides of your extrusions, which is not a huge deal. But the cracking while you're building something is a different issue. And I think that takes us up to getting ready for the extruder. You'll need to have this Kemper cutter. This is the one I use, or a small one. You just want something that's as close as possible to the end of your extruder. This cuts circles that are just a hair larger. A hair smaller is fine too. You don't want it real small though. I'd rather have it the same size or just a hair bigger than to have it very small. And I know there's people that teach you to take your extruder and push it into the clay and just stack and cut up your colors that way. Don't do that for this technique. It works for other things, but you trap a lot of air. Air bubbles are your enemies. So I'm going to cut these up. I really only need for this first one just one circle of each color and about 8 of the 18 karat gold. This will be our blending color for this first pendant. Okay, I have all my clay cut. It's on the number 2 or the second thickest setting. Now determining, I use 2 settings, my second setting and my 4th setting. Thinner for that is just not really that good. But how I determine how thick. And I could go to the thickest setting on this if you wanted to, or you can, and other things that change. You could have your colors on, say, a number 3, but your blending color on a 0. That will change your palette. Aside from having different colors, how you arrange your color circles changes your palette. This first one, we're going to be starting with yellow and going through the rainbow. And you always go through the rainbow or in order of the rainbow. Even if you're just using 3 colors, you always keep them in order. And it doesn't matter. So like my first setup for this first pendant, we're going to start with yellow and we're going to line them up that way. But you could start with blue, then green, then yellow. In cases like that, yellow tends to get lost a little bit. So what I would probably do is add a second yellow if it's in the middle of a mix. If it's at the end, more than likely, you're going to lose all your yellow if it's at the very end. So I don't usually do that. But if you're doing like three color blends, you could have it be 3 and then the same 3 again, but maybe switch them up a little bit. And that will give you some variations. I'll be showing you a picture later of a necklace, a big crescent necklace of all different leaves. And I made all the leaves with separate extrusions in different color ranges. Some were greens and yellows, some were greens, yellows, and blues. Some were purples, reds, and blues. Some were orange. They were all fall colors. So, starting with our first, in the order of the rainbow, starting with yellow, then orange, magenta, purple, blue, and green. And you can add a second yellow to your front. It'll just give you more yellow to work with. And I'll leave that in there. So, we're going to be loading this in our extruder. I'll be using the disc I showed you before, the one with the biggest hole. And I don't know if I ever got to that point. My point was, how I determine how thick my clay should be. Now this is just, this is thinner than that hole. It's probably more this size. And then, when you get down to this middle one, it's slightly bigger. Now your pasta machine might be slightly different, but so my second setting I usually use for these three. I will use my thickest setting for this one, my second setting for these two, or my fourth setting for these two, and maybe my third setting for this one. You just want your clay should be as thick as your disc, because if you use all thick discs, all thick zero settings on all your clay, but you extrude it through this, you're gonna have 100 feet of clay. If you extrude that thick setting on this, you'll have 30 feet. And if you do it on this, you're gonna have about 12 feet. Okay, so when you're stretching that clay out longer, your 12 feet portion is gonna have a different color flow through the extrusion. Where this, it will be more stretched out, so you'll get a lot more, blue in a section. So if you're making big projects with this, like my Eye of the Beholder rocket box, the body of that box is all extrusions, and the legs is all extruding. But the yellow gold colors, that's about 6 different variations of golds and yellows and 18 karat golds and dark golds. I was trying to go for a natural hay color, dried straw color. Okay, let's load and get this first one done. So what we're going to do to load, and one thing you want to be sure, like I said before, air bubbles are not your friend. When you're extruding and you have an air bubble, you'll hear it make a puff noise as it's coming through the hole. And if you do get one, that's fine. Just cut those sections out. Don't use them in your strings. Just cut them and skip over that section. So now, since yellow's a weaker color, I'm going to start with yellow first, and then I'm going to add a gold on top of it. And then I'll put my second yellow. And I'm making sure that I'm not getting air trapped between these, and I'm trying not to distort them. And we're just going to go every other one. That has a dent in it, which would cause air bubbles. So I'm going to skip that one. There's my last one. I'm ending with the gold. I could end with just the green. That would probably make my green, more pronounced at the end, but, mixing with that blue. And if I wanted, I could add another yellow at this end, which would give me different colors of green. I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to add a yellow here on the end. Like I said, it doesn't, you can choose the colors you want. They just have to be in the order of the rainbow with the blending color in between each one. Now, a little bit about extruding. I'm just giving that a slight press, and I'll roll it out in a minute. What happens to the clay when you extrude it? Okay, so you have this small hole, and the clay is going to be coming through that small hole. So the path of least resistance is that hole. So what happens in the center of your log of clay, as you start to extrude, the pressure pushes it through this hole, meaning the center is pushing through the hole. And what happens as that center starts coming out the hole, you're going to first start getting some yellow. But the clay that's up around behind the disc is going to fold backwards over the rest of the clay, making a skin on the whole extrusions. So like if I started with blue here, you see a strong blue come out, but then the whole string of extrusion would have a thin coating because it stretches up the sides and along the back as all the other colors are pulled through from the center. So it's pushing, and some of it drags out, and it drags out in order, but the part that goes along the outside of the extrusion will drag that first color along the length of the whole extrusion. Okay, just another differences in these two extruders. This is the Makins, which I'm not going to use, and it usually has an O-ring here. So on the Makins, you load your clay, and then this plunger pushes in there, and you tighten, and then you extrude. In the Lucy extruder, the Czech extruder, the plug is your pusher. And it comes, Lucy Clay sends this lubricant. And if I'm doing a clay for, a couple hours and I'm going to do 4 or 5 or 6 extrusions, I usually only do this once, but I always do it at the beginning of every session for sure. But you don't need to put it on there for every extrusion. They also send you a brush. It's a bottle brush that you use to clean out your extruder. But if you don't have one, you can use a toothbrush if you get one that fits in there. And it's just to get all the particles from before that might be in there. I don't have any because it's already clean. So, you put your clay, take this off here. You put your plug in one end of the extruder, and then your clay I put in the other end. But this won't fit, so we have to roll it down. And try to be even. Try not to get a wonky, twisted. Sometimes I actually even act like I'm reducing a cane. I'm just slightly pressing, reducing the whole log. And the ends are where you usually have more trouble. If you do get wonky, it's not that big of a deal. But it's just better not to. Because once we extrude this, in some respects, you're working blind if you're trying to pick colors. I want to see how tight that is. That's still too tight. Do a little bit more. I can feel the differences in the softness of the clay. My gold is much softer than all my colors, so I can feel like a different resistance there. Now, the yellow end is going to be coming out of our extruder first, so I want to make sure I put it in the right way. And this will fit now. But one thing is this back end has a wave in it. Press that wave down. That can trap air. Get this in here. Okay. And sometimes it's better not to put your plug in until after you get your clay in, because the trapped air, especially if your clay is nice and tight, it keeps you from pushing it in all the way. That's still a little tight. I'm trying to get it so it's just enough to go in. There we go. And I'm just pressing it in a little. Okay, now I'm gonna put my plug back in at the other end, and I just felt air press out around that clay. Now, before we put our disc in and our lid, get your lid and get your disc inside your lid. And put your thumb over top of your extruder, and you're trying to create pressure in there. And just slowly turn, and you will feel at some point the clay touch your finger. And there's actually, I don't know if you could hear that, a puff of air just came out when I took my thumb off. I just felt another, like almost like a burp. And this gets the air out. You don't want it so far out that your clay is coming out past the end, but now it's nice and it's seated and I got the air out. I'm gonna put my lid on, and I'll show you a little trick too. Now I'm gonna keep my finger there for just a second, and I'm gonna just start the clay to start, and I can feel it pressing against my finger, so I'm gonna take it off. And depending on how hard you do it, you will get, I'll have to show you on the next one, you will get like a mushroom. A little mushroom will pop out there. So I'm extruding, and I usually hold my extruder vertical like this, but you don't want your clay swinging. Once it's long enough, I touch it on my counter, and I just try to move my extruder in a smooth fashion back and forth. Now you can see that yellow changed into orange. Then it's changing into the magenta, and then it's going into the purple. See, this is what we're trying to avoid, these wrinkles, and they'll be fine. If you hold it up higher, that doesn't happen. Now we're into the blue and the green, and then back into the yellow. And like I said before, I'm done extruding. I didn't go all the way to the end. Back up your extruder and loosen both caps. That way you won't be in trouble later. Okay, now this is a nice thick extrusion, and I chose this size because it's easier for you to see for one, and it's easier to work with for your first one. Try not to stretch or dent or leave finger marks in any of your extrusion. Now that square pendant I showed you, and I'll put the picture back up here again. I don't have the actual pendant anymore. A lady asked me to buy it, and I was happy to sell it to her. But what we're gonna do, we have two processes. And this one is made out of just interlocking strings of clay and what I call a staircase. I'm going to cut just a little bit off the end. A staircase is just keeping your clay in order, a continuous part of the string. And every time I'm moving it in the same way. Now, if you look at the end of our first cut, it's gold in there, like the 18 karat gold, and this is still gold here. So it's pretty much still the same color scheme. Now, another variation you can do this is use every other one, but that wastes clay. I'm gonna do a few more. See, now we're into the oranges inside. And since we're going to be sanding so well, as you sand into the sides of your clay, that's what reveals the colors. Because this will all look kind of muddy until we sand it. Now I need enough of this, because this is going to be the side of my pendant. And if you wanted this to be 2 colors, you could, pick another section and do it, like, say you wanted to start in the green section and do a cut from this, a cut from that, and go back and forth and do it that way. I'm going to get a little shorter here, because I don't think I'm going to need that much. One more. Now you can see, now I'm into the reds and purples compared to the first cut, even though it looks the same on the outside. Keep them in order. Okay, so there's our first section of that. Just make sure they stay in order. Try not to bend them or dent them. Now the rest of this piece, so we know we're up to red on the inside, so there's, on the outside of that red, there is a thin layer of orange. And eventually that orange will end, and there'll be more red, and we'll get into the purples in the center, and the red is closer to the edge. And it moves that way the whole way through the strings. So I'm going to cut this. I got a weird bump here. I'm going to cut this here. So I have red surrounded by orange there, and here I have purple on the other end surrounded by red. So I'm always keep track of your order. So this would typically be here. So then this next one starts out purple, and I'm going to cut it here. And you can see this starts out purple, but it ends up blue, surrounded by purple. This one starts out blue and ends in green. So this one's starting in green, ending in a gold, because we did that extra gold, yellow gold. This one starts at gold, and this end piece is going to be waste. It's deformed. So this one starts in gold and ends in gold. So this would be, by the time we're done sanding, you're going to get more yellowy gold out of this. This one you're going to get the oranges from, because it starts with red, but there's some orange in that layer between the outside and the red. So you can see, you can see the difference in these colors here. I worked blind most of the time. If you keep it evenly mixed up and alternating, it's not a big problem. You'll get a nice pattern, unless you use one whole string in one area. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be building a vertical pattern to go with these horizontal lines here. Now, right here, I don't know if you can see it, there's an air bubble that has cracked. Okay, I'm just going to pull that apart and trim and get rid of that part, because it will make a defect. You don't want to put this all together and then have, and the defect it'll be like, if you're sanding and it's all yellow, 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 you'll get like a blue spot, and then it'll continue on the yellow, and it looks very obvious. So these are my yellows. I guess I will start with those. And I'm going to cut them in several different sizes. I'm going to cut this in one more, because it's yellow on the inside. What else happens, I'm trying to explain as much of this to you. When you have two pieces together, now these are yellow on the inside, but that outside color is between them. So if I put these all together, like the stair step, and then we smooth them and bake them and sand it into that, you're going to have 3 yellow bars with the blue in between where they're touching. Okay, so we're going to call these yellow, and then we'll call these orange. And I'm just cutting up the strings in various lengths. I know my pendants, you know, gonna be, that's about 2.5 inches. Now this spreads out as we get to the next process. So I'm just cutting various sizes of these, and we'll work with what we have. And if you mess up, like I just nicked that, fix it. Recut the edge. Okay, so now we're going to keep these like this, so we have them in an order, so we know that we're picking randomly. I'm going to turn this around. And I could have kept some long ones. Trying to turn this around the whole way. This is where cardstock comes in handy, because it doesn't stick to your clay, and you can just slide things around. I'm really trying not to lose my order, because we're going to have to move this to a tile anyway. Just get under this so I don't lose these, and get them on a tile. They're all still in order. We're going to push them into a line. This is the outside waist edge of our pendant, and I will be cutting this straight just to even it off, but I want to get it as straight as possible now. And they're just touching. Okay, now they're stuck to the tiles. Oh, there we go. So now that I push one out in, I can look on the end to see the color, how the colors line up, and how the circles of color get smaller and smaller, to make sure I get it back in the right set. I'll lay a piece of deli paper over here, and I'm just smoothing. I'm not trying to squish. I'm just trying to make sure they're attached to the tile better. Okay. Now I'm going to cut. Whenever you have a cut end row that you're going to be putting up against a string of spaghetti on the side, you want to undercut just a little bit. Let me get a thinner blade. This is a nice thin blade. I want to even this off, and I want to just slightly undercut. So I'm leaning my blade a little away from it. And what that does, and you can see how those colors change along that row. So when we sand into this later, it's going to go from yellow golds and get pinker, and then, you know, maybe a little orange, and then pink and purple, depending how deep we sand. So, So that's right. Now we don't want to ever disturb that edge again. But that undercut, as we start to smooth that, that will force the cut top edge to meld over top of this one. If you just leave it straight, sometimes you get where you'll get a little kickback and you'll see the inside color. It'll bump up as a defect. So I'm going to start with this one because it's as long as my pendant. And just so you know, I have 4, 8, 12. I have 14 little pieces there, and they could have been like slightly shorter. So now all edges of this is going to be cut away as it grows. So I'm just going to nudge this one up evenly underneath that crack. And you can see how nice and smooth the transition is. Okay, now, there's only 2 things we're doing here. We're laying in pieces, and then we're merging them, but you have to be careful with the ends. So I'm going to start with this short one next. Now, we're going to roll the end, and I'm not trying to roll out a long pointy snake. I'm trying to just roll the end to a point, kind of a short point. Just take your time, press, go both directions. What you don't want to happen, like when you reduce a cane and you get a divot, you don't really want that to happen, but sometimes it does. If it does, just trim it off. Okay. Now, whenever you have a point like this, and you're going to add it to your design here, the points have to be pressed down. Because what that does is that cut edge, it puts it down to the bottom of the pendant. Okay? Because this is just like a bubble will leave a defect. If this point is up even with the top, it will, when you go to sand it, you'll actually maybe sand into the end of it that might have got squished up, and you'll see a circle of the interior color, which is not good. So I'm pressing that down to the tile, and I'm just gonna put it there and make sure it's pressed down. And I'm not squishing. So that was from here. Let's see here. I took one from there. This one must be here. Yes. Okay, so I took one from there, and I took one from this row. So I'll go to this row. And some of these aren't cut straight. You want a straight cut. And I'm just going to roll that. I hope you can see that. Now I'm going to, and they usually end up having a downside where they're naturally curving down, so go with that. Okay, so I'm going to start that here and just gently nudge it in. Trying not to squish, but just trying to fill the space and keep the point down. Okay, that was from this one. And I'll take this one. And I'm going to roll this end. Now you don't want all your overlaps to come at the same place. So what I'm going to do here, because that's going to actually make a curve. I need to move this back a little bit and get that one stuck better. Try not to get fingerprints in your clay. They will show up in the sanding later on. I can wrap that around and close it, or I can go in there with another piece. I call this closing the end. And that changes my pattern. I'm just going to gently nudge it over, and typically I will go with a long one next. This one's a little crooked. I'm just going to give it a slight roll. This one is going to be just close. I should have cut a few longer pieces. Give that a little bit of a roll. And we're just going to assume that that's going to be long enough for the height of our pendant. I'm just going to roll and close both ends. I'm going to set this across the center and nudge it in. Now you can see where this end turns purple. So I'm going to flip it over and check the other side, and that's better. So I'm going to nudge that in and press those ends down. I'm going to press the ends of my string down to the tile. They need to go underneath. You can see here how they're pressed down and they go underneath to the bottom of the tile. Okay, I'm going to continue adding strings in a random way, making sure my ends are rolled and pushed down. And that is pretty much all the basic techniques for this pendant. I will fast forward through the rest of this until we get to the next step. If you're not sure that your cut edge is going to not be past the end, make sure you do it as a point that you press down, just in case. Now here you can see they're not overlapping. I'm leaving a space. You know what? I'm going to use a shorter one for that. And so now this next one, I'm pushing it, but that's close enough to the end. So that makes a different kind of intersection there. Now this one, you can see right there at the end, the colors change. That's the typical one that will bend up. So make sure, and that's actually like a divot, like the end of a cane when you reduce it. So instead of keep pushing out, push back towards it as you roll it a little bit to tighten it up. Now you can see it's closed. Now, if you're worried about not having enough clay for your first project, don't worry about it. Just make it and let it be the size that it is. Or if you want to have a little bit more clay, use the thickest setting. Use the thickest setting of your pasta machine. I'm trying to stagger the overlaps, so I'll go long with this one. And right now it kind of looks like a pile of slightly colored worms, but you'll be amazed at how bright it gets when we sand it. And there's, now see, I put a fingernail mark right there. If you do that, get that down to the bottom because that will show up when you sand. So I'm going to peel this one off and make sure I have that piece down to the bottom. And then I'll replace this one. Always pressing your points down to the tile. And I'll leave this one up. I'm going to roll this one on both ends. I'm looking at the whole width, trying to get it centered. And you can make little ones. I mean, you can take a short one, a very short one. Here, I'll take it off the edge here. You can take a little piece and close the ends. Now, normally, I would do this with several of these. I'm not going to just plop one randomly right there. But like, you know, if I had planned and used a couple really short ones, you can, you know, put them like that and then take your next longer one and go past it on both sides. I'm not going to do that with this one because it's too, it doesn't look like it was, it looks like it was just an afterthought or just odd sitting there by itself. So I'll put them down here. Any scrap waste that we have at the end, I'm going to move that down a little farther. Any scrap waste we have at the end, I usually use on the backs. I mix it in with 18 karat gold. I'll go up just a little more. Push that in down. Gently squeeze that over. Don't crush, just get it moving. And then this will be our last one. This is very relaxing to do. It really is. Okay. So, push my point down. And normally if I have enough clay, I'll end on a full strip, but it's not an issue. So this is plenty big enough for a pendant just as it is. But this is going to grow. So the first thing, we're going to gently start smoothing this. And we will take a piece of deli plastic and put it on there and try to make it smooth. I'm not pressing, I'm just getting my plastic smooth. And what you want to do, you want to use not the end of your finger by your fingernail, but just past that. You want to do what I call riding the rails. You want to go down, not between the lines, which will push stuff apart. You want to go on top of the extrusions. And I usually, when I first start, I try to push towards the points. And I'm just running my finger. I'm applying very little to no pressure. Part of what makes this work is working slow. Because any of these gaps in here, by the time we're done, this will be totally flat and smooth. But to achieve that, aside from the way we're running our fingers on it, now before I do this last one, I'm just going to run my finger down the top of every one of these, pushing towards that string. And when I get to an end like this, I kind of go, I'm trying not to flatten it out bigger, even though more than likely that's going to cut away. I'm trying to just close these in. Now, that just slightly joined them. What makes this work and the clay move is you have to remove your plastic and get a new spot. And we'll do this many times. And then when we think we're done, we'll do it some more. And always keep your eye out for those points to pop up, because they will show up. And I just do this process. I'm going to go over this twice. And at some point, I'm not pressing hard, but you'll feel they'll start to flatten. It's the warmth of your hand building up in the clay. Try to follow the patterns. Okay. Now, you can see from the end, it's starting to get flat. And we will close this until there are no valleys in between the strings. It has to be perfectly smooth, or when you go to sand, you'll have a divot or a valley show up. So it will be one smooth piece of clay when we're done. Take your time, ride the rails, enjoy the scenery. I'm pushing more as I'm pushing that way. It looks like I'm going back and forth, but I'm kind of releasing. That will keep that line straighter. My music ended. Now here, right there, you see, right now that's probably the biggest valley out of all of this. So I keep my eye on to work, more on that area. I'm on my 4th time resetting this plastic. And you tend to not work as much at the ends, but you don't want to press the ends down. You're trying to do this in the most even fashion, because doing it evenly is what keeps your colors continuous. If I took my finger and made a bunch of dents right now and then came back and smoothed it all smooth, when we sanded it, you'd have polka dots. Now, I think I'm to a point here where I can show you an additional step, because it's still rigidy and bumpy. I'm going to take this off, and hopefully you can get a good close-up. You can see the ridges and the bumps. Okay, now what we're going to do, now some of this I know I'm not going to need. I'm going to trim a little bit of that off. And then we're going to lift it off the tile and put it back down. This helps. No, I got my blade the whole way under, and that's good enough. Releasing it from the tile gets rid of the tension that you've been putting into it, pressing it down and stretching it, and the clay wants to stick to the tile, so it builds up tension. And at some point, it keeps you from smoothing the top. So doing that every once in a while will help your process work better and go faster. See, I can feel these moving in a different way than from my last pass. Now I'm going to move my plastic here in a second, but before I do that, I'm going to show you another processing step. Here's my acrylic tile, and it has no pieces of clay on it. Nothing bumpy, no dirt, no nothing. So, because that little dent will make a difference. We're just going to put it on there and gently press evenly. Not hard. Don't rock it. You'll dent the ends, which will change the colors. So now I'm going to move my plastic, and actually I'm going to release this. I'm also going to turn it around the other way, so I have a different pressure angle. From, organically you press one direction with one hand differently than the other, so you turn the project and use the same hand, and you get the pressure is changed in a different direction. Now this feels like it's starting to swoop up to that hill, so I want to watch that too. And here I got to concentrate on these ends because they're rounder than the flatter middles. Now these are getting to the point where they're pretty flat. They're not closed. You can see there's gaps and valleys and divots, so we still have to keep working it. Just going through this process multiple times, and I'm probably being more careful than I would be if you weren't watching. Now I'm kind of using the flat pad on my finger, and I got googe on it. But you don't want to flatten it out so it spreads too far, because it is spreading anyway. This is the flattening action. You want the flattening action to close the seams, not to spread it out really wide. I like teaching this class in person. All these little subtleties, if I could let someone feel what I'm feeling, it's better. It's easy to ignore the ends. And this piece here has a lot of ridge left to it. Okay, I think we're ready for another pressing. You never want to roll this with a brayer. And like anything else, the better pre-work you do, the less sanding you'll have to do. So that's good in there. Now I'm going to press a little harder this time than I did the last time. We have a little bit more work to do there and along the edges where there's separations. I had to detach the audio for this because of the background music. A little more work. Now you can see how wide these ones out here. You're going to have waste at the edges and on the edges. So always plan for that. Design past your, if you design a piece that's a circle and you make it a quarter inch past the edge of your circle and then you flatten it down, it's probably going to be a half inch past the edge of your circle. So you have plenty of excess around the edge to cut away, because that's usually where all the unconnected strings are, or they flatten out like this. Getting a little better. I'm gonna see if I can get that camera to refocus. There is still some divots. See these little, where the points are? We have to get those just as flat and smooth as everything else. So we'll work on that. If you hold your paper up to the light, you can see where your old spot was, so you can get a fresh spot. And if you want, thinner pattern, go to the next size disc down. But on this first one, I'm more worried that you understand how the colors work and the process of making it, and then what the sanding does to really bring out the colors and the beauty of the whole process. Because this looks okay, but it's nothing like it's going to be when we sand it. Okay, I'm going to press. I did do a slight rock, just very slight. I'm kind of getting a hump in the middle there. I'm going to release. And you see, I'm trying to go from this edge because it's pushing those strings together. Something's grabbing my blade. Make sure your blade is clean. Okay, I'm using the flat. I think I got most of it, but you have to be sure. You don't want to have to sand down past a divot, and there's a tiny, and it's tiny. I don't know why this is not refocusing. Let me try something here. There. Anyway, they're very minuscule. Actually, I can really see them good on the camera, but these little points, they really have to be closed. And the only way to close them is just keep working. And just, every time you do it, make sure you're going over the whole surface. Push from the string to the point. Try not to smash or dent with your finger. Keep even flat pressure on it. Brand. I'm going to do a press with the block first, Like when I press there, it's hitting mostly in the middle. So you know it's thicker in the middle. I'm just ever so slightly leaning it. I'm trying not to smash it out like that. If you watch here, and that's going to be cut away, so I'm going to show you that. If you go too far, I don't know if you can see that stretch. You don't want that because then you're flattening your clay too much at the edge. It's not going to be even. You want to keep it the same thickness throughout. All right, let's look here again. I'll turn my light. I'm using the light, and right now I'm going to start here and follow that using the light just to look to make sure I have all the divots closed. Everything looks pretty good. Turn it this way. A little there, maybe a little there, definitely that same spot, and right there. So I'm going to work on that a little bit more. Because when we put this over a dome shape, it's going to stretch those seams apart. So if they're not closed, they're going to open back up. Under my finger, this feels like it's all the same thickness. Maybe slightly thicker towards the center. I'm using all 3 fingers. This is another good reason to have soft, fresh clay. This whole process is much better when it's soft and fresh, but just try not to dent. Now you can see here there's a little bit of ridge from the plastic, and that's not usually a problem. Use this part of your hand to smooth with. Because if you dent a fingerprint in there, and my hands are always dry and rough, you will get a fingerprint in your final thing. Now here, you can see that? That's an air bubble. And there's not much we can do about it. I'm not going to pop it. I could cut it away, depending on what my ending thing is. I usually feel my strings as I'm doing it, and I usually catch them, but if we leave it there, it will be fine. But when we go to sand, you're going to have a different color spot right there. I'm actually using that part of my hand to burnish with. All right. I'm going to give this one more release and one more once over. I gotta clean my blade off here. I don't know why that's sticking so bad. And you can see on the back, it's pretty much all closed. Now, a little bit of that stuff, it's not going to hurt. But usually when I put it back down on the tile, I kind of try to press, which kind of raises all the bumps, but we're going to smooth them again. See, if I rub this way on this section, it'll make those lines all wonky. Here it doesn't matter so much because they're already wonky, but okay, one more press. Okay, we're going to call that done. And the other place to check is along your edges. Now most of that's going to get cut away, but that's where you typically will find a separation. And I think we're good. Just a little bit more right here. All right, we're going to stop there. Now, I'm going to cut this. I cut stuff freehand. If you have a favorite cutter, preferably metal, or a template, you know, you can cut however you want. I cut straight. Before I do that, I just want to take my hand and just burnish a little on the surface. It's like adding millions of tiny little fingerprints that smooth everything out, and use that part of your hand. You can see right there, there's some, which is fine. It's going to get sanded away, but there we go. All right, so I'm going to cut my top first. And when I make my pendants, I just make them, and that's how they are. Okay, so I'm going to mirror that cut here. See if I got past that air bubble. No, I didn't. I'm gonna just cut it a little narrower. This blade, I need a different blade. This blade's driving me nuts. This one's more flexible. Okay, so I got past that air bubble. Now my curves are different here. I usually tend to, at the bottom of my pendant, curve it a little more in. So I'm going to take a trim off of there. This is not straight across the top now. These are gentle curves. This is also going to be domed, so I didn't cut anything. I'm happy with that shape. And I will go get my dome forms and be back to show you that. I wanted to show you these dome forms. This one is from an egg steamer. It's for a Cuisinart, and this is the lid. It went over a little round bottom of a cooker for cooking eggs, steaming eggs. I threw that part away, but I find these quite often at Goodwill stores. They usually have a plastic thing here and plastic handles, and you just break those off. And you have a nice good stainless steel. The other option I would have to bake a squarish pendant on would be one of these hemisphere molds. I have all kinds of domes, but what I like about these, they're narrow at the top and wider at the bottom. So you can put something down here and you're going to get a curve that's a one-directional curve. But as you move it up, you get a tighter curve at the top than you would about here. So depending on where you place it and what you're making, they're really useful to have. And I like a slight tighter curve at the top of mine because when I put my bales inside, and easy backs, it just works much better. So I'm going to release this. And usually I would have cut this on paper so that I don't distort the shape, but it's good. And you can see how thick it is. You can see the color change. So when we sand this, it's going to go from magenta into orange into yellow. I'm going to place it midway, starting in the center, working your way out, and don't crush over or dent the edges. Just bring them till they're flat. And you might have to go, I'm rolling. You might have to go around a few times because it may lift up. And we can refine sand anything that's not to our liking. But just make sure you have really good contact, but you don't dent the edges over. What happens if you do it, and see there was that air bubble, so some of it may show, but I think I cut enough off. What happens if you dent it in a spot, when you sand, you'll get a different rate of sanding, so you'll have a polka dot or a different color area. So I'm going to bake that, and we'll continue afterwards. Okay, our first piece is baked and out of the oven. I have also sanded it. And this is hand buffed. And I have a light off to the side there. I just want to show you the soft glow of hand buffing. And I could probably buff this a little bit more. But what I want to show you right now is differences in using different colors of clay for your blending, your in-between blending colors. And some pieces that I have made over the years from the time I started using this process. This is a much shinier version. This is sanded and hand buff or machine buffed, and you can see all the reflections. I don't know that you can see the bright sparkle difference. I don't know why sparkle doesn't like to pick up on camera. Now, here's the difference of two pieces. One of the difference between these two pieces is this lineup of rainbow colors started with red, a very thin disc of red, then magenta, then orange, then yellow, and the rest of the colors. This one started with blue. And I used the first part of the blue segment for my little tiny short snakes. Now, when I told you before about pushing your ends down on the ends of your points, this is what happens if your ends aren't pushed down. You get to see the inside color when it raises to the top. Another difference between these two, this one is just gently sanded, and this one is sanded as much as I could possibly sand it. The deeper you sand, the brighter the colors get. Here's an example of what happens if you dent your clay. Now, this was done on purpose. I made 2 spirals. Actually, this is a 3-spiral pendant. They both are. And after I smoothed and flattened the clay, I use ball styluses to make dents, so that when I sanded away the clay, the recesses have the original skin coating from the extrusion on there as a different color. And those were both done that way. So that's another technique you can use in these. This is taking two different sections of your extrusion and stair-stepping them every other one. And this is the kind of effects you can get from that. This also has some of the dimpling that leaves the skin color down in the recesses. This was my very first piece, which ended up in Polymer Clay Daily. It also ended up on the cover of her book, Global Perspectives. It's one of my favorite pieces. I call these Inca scribbles, the patterns. But you can see this had red. I used red in this and magenta. And you can see how rich the red is. This is leftover extrusion pieces that I made into a mosaic. And this is one of those techniques where you lay out the strings and then you dent them along a piece of string. And then you bake it and then you backfill it with black clay or the grout color clay. And then you bake it again. And then you sand away to make it smooth. But it's a nice effect also. This was one of my very first pieces also. You can see how bright the colors are. Now this was stacked in the normal manner. And these colors are a little less bright. I'm not quite sure the order I had in here. More than likely I started with the magenta on this one. Now another thing about your skin color. That first disc you put in, you can see in this one, the in-between lines, there's lots of red in the tones there. There's some that are darker purple, but there's a lot of red. These are browny golds, bluey greens, but that's the outside of the extrusion is what makes those dark in-between lines. Even here, this is really just golden yellow, but it's the side of the extrusion, so you get a darker version of it. This is a bracelet that I made, and it's way too big for anyone humanly possible. I can't get it on, but I don't think anyone could wear it. But the colors I used in this, I used blue, 18 karat gold. I used some of the original green pearl. I used silver and white pearl as my blending colors. And I did repeats. I didn't just have one set of blue, blue, gold, and green. I may have mixed different versions of the blues and greens and golds together to make different greens. I also made multiple stacks. I probably made three stacks long. So if I would normally have 6 colors of the rainbow and the in-between blending colors, I probably had 3 sets of those together. But the silver added a different tone to it. You can see the silver in there. It changed some of the gold to more of a platinum color. And that's why I say you have to experiment. And on that note, this leaf. Here's one that I use red, magenta, orange, purple. I used a little bronze and gold as my blending colors to get these darker fall colors. This one is just the golds and yellows and greens. And this one is just orange, magenta, and yellow. Probably with some copper. And 18 karat gold is my blending colors. This one was made with a lot of red. This is one of my first pieces also. You can see there's lots of divots, and it's sanded well, but it's not smooth together. But that's just using little pieces and my ball stylus impressions. This was one of my first test pieces. You can see how bright it is, and it's really that bright. And I think some of that has to do with the color of the magenta that's now slightly different. I don't usually sand them that deep anymore, but all of these, if you keep sanding, the more you sand into it, the brighter the colors will get. Here's some samples. This is, now some of these are sanded, some of them aren't. But this is all the colors blended with graphite pearl. This is all the colors with 18 karat gold as the blending color. And I just want to show you the different colors. This is all the colors. It's slightly sanded. But that's the regular gold. This is 18 karat gold. And this is graphite pearl. And you can see what changing your blending colors. Here's a sanded graphite. The graphite pearl sanded. I make up sample swatches like that, so I have them for future reference. Here's a piece. It's the basic color setup with 18 karat gold. I think this was made before they had, I'm sorry, this is with regular gold, before they had 18 karat gold. And I just made a row of strips. Put all my strings in a line, made sure I alternated the patterns, and then I just did a simple Bargello technique. Here are some beads. These are large beads. I made cores of ultralight clay, and this is all the colors, and sanded very well. You can see how bright it is. This is just yellows into greens, into blues, and into purple. I call this an iris bead. It's a wonky shape. Okay, back to this blue one. Here's another version. And like I said, this is only lightly sanded. I only got a little bit into the color, but if I kept going, it would get bright. Here's some matching earrings. And when I built those, you can see the patterns are similar. These are very old. Let me put that down. The patterns are similar. And that's because each little piece I cut, like these two greens here, I cut from the same section of extrusion. And as I was placing them, I tried to keep the orientation of each piece identical in each earring. So that's why they look so similar. Going back now, I would have done the mirror image, and I wouldn't have used these kind of hooks on them, but what did I know back then? Here's a box made out of scraps, all scraps of different pieces, and that's a whole nother process to get that type of look. Here's a little leaf. I used two different sections of extrusion. One was bronzes and golds, and a little bit of yellows and orange, but this one had a lot of the magenta and orange and yellows in it. And probably 18 karat gold is my blending color. One other thing, if you don't know what this is an easy back. I have this in my PCA 2020 class, which restricts me from teaching it in 2020 anywhere. I'm trying to get a clearance, and if I do to put this process in this video, I will. Otherwise, I will have that very shortly. This allows you to put any size of cord or neck wire through there without changing the clasps or the lobster claws most of the times. It makes it hang very nice. There's no metal bail showing on the front top edge of your pendant. I don't like that at all. I like to see a pure round circle with uninterrupted framing. I think that's it for this part. I hope you enjoyed that little part of our show and tell. Now, our next project is going to be this type, an Inca Scribbles. And we will discuss making all the different components. I don't have another one of those here. Huh. I don't know where that went. But this is another sort of version. We do what I call doorways. And then there's windows. There's stair steps. And some other wiggly lines. And there will be a handout for the different shapes that I'll be doing. This is just an egg. This is a real egg, covered. You can see the air hole that I left in it. And this is just covered with random extrusion pieces when I was going nuts and having lots of extrusions laying around. But it's quite nice. It's sanded and hand buffed. I could machine buff it, but I like it the way it is. And unfortunately, glitter, sparkle, shimmer does not show up well unless you have a very sophisticated lighting system. Here's a couple things. This one actually has UV resin on it. But those are just some little swirls I made and pushed into a pattern and used as a veneer. Here's one that's not as nicely sanded and not shined. And here's one that's just stripes. And these are, I use deodorant caps. When you take off the lid for your deodorant, that cap that's in there, I use that to press clay into and make a core, and then I cover cores with veneers. I think I covered everything on my desk, and we'll get to the next project, which is going to be the Inca Scribble patterns and all the ways I make the different components and put them together. I won't be doing the full smoothing process because you've already seen that. And I will come back also and talk about blending colors and the setups for those. Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit more about color blending. You'll see here I have my 6-color palette that we've been using. I did add more white pearl to my magenta. This is now 2 parts magenta to 1 part white pearl. This is the original red pearl that's no longer being made. And I do have a recipe for it. It's close. It's not exactly the same, but it helps. But you can see the difference between the two. I have graphite, silver, antique gold, bronze, and regular gold, and then gold pearl, white pearl, and translucent. Now, before I get into actually how I use those, I just wanted to show you. This is peacock pearl. And if this is a mix of peacock pearl to 1 part to 2 parts white pearl. And you can see it's basically turquoise. So if you compare this to color mixing in the regular Primo CYM color palette, turquoise is cyan, which is the blue. And I told you before, I consider it a blue and a green. This color of green is made with equal parts of 18 karat gold and turquoise. So you get this darker green. This brighter green is equal parts of a custom yellow pearl and turquoise, 1 to 1. And I could mix, you know, you can make different variations of green. Now this purple is, get that out of the way. The purple is magenta and turquoise, part 1 to 1. And you wouldn't think that, but that's the color of purple it makes. Makes a nice dark plum, more toward the eggplant side of purple. Okay, now, you're familiar with the regular setup. I'm gonna get these out of the way. You're familiar with the regular setup, keeping in order of the rainbow, and also, you know, a blending color in between each one. And I showed you my sample of graphite pearl blended with all those colors in full strength, and you saw how dark it was, and some of the other ones. So what I do, if I want to use these darker ones for my blending, I will take graphite pearl and roll it thin. And I'm going to go to like a 4. And that's still kind of thick. I'll go to a 5 on this pasta machine. So that's a 5, which is my 6th thickest setting on my pasta machine. I don't want to waste a lot of clay here because I don't have intention of using this right now. And then I'm going to take translucent. Now you could mix these two and make a very light version of graphite pearl, and that's one way to do it, to use for your in-between colors. And I would say probably 4 or 5 parts translucent to 1 part graphite pearl. But what I do, I'm putting this back on my thickest setting, and oh yes, all these circles are now rolled on my thickest setting. So now what I have is graphite pearl that will get diluted. Let me move this up a little bit. Graphite pearl that will get diluted as you extrude it through the extruder. And I would put the dark color towards the front of the extruder, towards the end where the clay comes out. So you would use these discs like this in your color setup, and that's going to give you a shaded version. I don't have another disc, but anyway, another graphite. That's one way you can do it. You can mix it and make a more translucent version of the darker ones, and that would be more of something I would do with maybe the silver. Or the silver I could also add to pearl. That's the other. You can add some graphite to the pearl, which will make a silver. But it's the varying amounts that you use. Now, if I was going to do a fall palette, so I have all the, let me get these fall colors out here. So when you think of fall leaves, you think of reds and oranges and yellows and a little bit of green, and maybe some purples. So that would make a fall color palette. And you could do it with this and have a similar version of this type of color. Or you could use a darker gold for in between. And you could use it like this, and it will be very dark. You can see the colors of these two. The difference in the darker gold of this. And I'll tell you about this in a minute, because this is actually Cernit clay. But that will make it a darker version, a more brown, more toasty version of this. Or you can really change it up a lot. You could start with purple and 18 karat gold. I'm going to leave these flat, so I don't have to unstack them. You could start with purple and 18 karat gold, and then throw in a gold circle on the next one. Maybe an 18 karat gold here, and a copper, or sorry, bronze. You could throw in different golds like that. Now, if I was mixing this for fall leaves and I wanted to make different versions of leaves, like on my leaf pendant, and I'll put a picture up that, I would make, you know, this one version, and maybe this another version with maybe some of my green added as another disc. I got 18 karat, or I got regular gold, and I got 18 karat gold, and I got bronze and green, and maybe I'll use another regular gold in there, or this this antique gold, which is really, if you look at that, it's like a green. Oh, I'm gonna shrink down my thing. So that would be a green range of leaves I might do. They would darken up because of this, and I may put that on the backing of translucent. But these are all the ways you can change your color palettes to show you some, you know, some of the samples I showed you. This palette with all the 18 karat gold is my most favorite to use, but I do other ones. Now, little story about this one. I went to Prague to teach this class in 2018, and the clay got delivered, and when I got there, I actually brought some of my original blue and red for the classes because I didn't want them to have to make it. But the 18 karat gold clay didn't come. They sent regular gold, and I knew it was going to be dark. So the Cernit people were there at the Polymer Week, and they had lots of clay, and their gold, they have a gold clay that's almost identical in color to the 18 karat gold. And so we went with that. Now, when I used it for color mixing, it immediately dried up and got really firm from the alcohol. It got very firm and dry and crumbly from the alcohol immediately. So we had to then add clay softener to it. The second thing is, I used it for my in-between colors, and it came out this very dark color. Now this one has been sanded to death. I have sanded so deep into this one, and it's still not bright colors. It's like the colors didn't blend through each other properly. And that may be because we were using some Primo and some Cernit. But it's just doesn't, I've tried it by itself. I just don't get the same results. I think it's a density thing or a translucence thing. But I just quit experimenting with it. You can see how dark. That's what it looked like before I sanded it. That's the back. And you can see, you know, the brighter colors in there, but they just don't mix through. They kind of, the density keeps them from the red from blending through into the purple and getting stretched properly. I will be using this on our next part as far as showing you different components, because there's a good example of that. Red. So back to this fall palette. So if I was going to do this red purple color for maybe Chinese maple leaf color, and I might add some orange in there, I would do red first. And this red is rolled out on a 5 also. It's very intense in color. So what I would do is just take a thin disc, and you can do this with the other ones. So my first would be gold, and then magenta, then gold, then purple. I'm not being careful here, but so I would have that line up, and then another gold, and then I'd start that over as another batch. I'd start thin red, then magenta, And that's another way you can use some of these more pigmented, darker colors. Just do a thin layer, or do a thin layer on top of a layer of translucent. There's so many ways you can do this and change the colors, and you really just have to test to find palettes you like. You know, I wanted to do some dark, old, dry weathered wood. So I used the antique gold and some of the graphite pearl and silver and white pearl. And then I added the regular golds into that also. And then I used actually translucent as my color that I diluted with, my in-between blending colors. And I got this nice weathered wood color. So that's another way you can do it. Okay, I hope that gives everybody a little inspiration for things so that you can turn this into your own. And I will be right back, and we will be doing our next pendant, which is all the components you see here. Okay, I'm set up for the next part of our class. And you do have a handout of all these different shapes separately and built that will come with your other handouts. Now you can see here, I made the exact setup we had in the first pendant. The only difference is these are all set on the thickest setting, which will give me more clay when I extrude it, because I'm going through the same size hole. The other difference is I didn't add the second yellow. So I have 2 of these, and that will change the overall colors because more colors are pushing through each other. So there's more muddying of the colors, and especially at the end, the very end is usually almost a gray or a tan brown color, but you'll see that. So I have these. I'm going to use both of them. And this extruder, by the time I roll this out, it's just going to be probably big enough. This is a shorter extruder. This will fit in the Makins. This is a little shorter than the Makins, the small Lucy. So I'm going to use my big Makins. And once again, I've got all my discs together. I'm going to push down to hopefully push out any air. I'm going to roll to straighten them up a little bit. And then pinch to reduce like it was a cane, so I don't like smear out. Your colors will get real wavy sometimes, and that's fine if they do. Like see here, this one's getting wider. Okay, I think that's thin enough. And it fits easily into my extruder. And I'll put my plug in there. So my clay's down in the tube. And I'm going to put my thumb and start to extrude. What this does is push all the clay to the front and fill up the tube. I can feel the pressure building up. I still have more space in there. And I can feel it now pressing, the actual clay pressing against my finger. Okay. Now I'm going to put my cap. And this time I hope to show you the mushroom I was talking about. And I cut those off and bake them and use them in other things. Okay, I got my finger against the hole to keep the pressure on. And I can feel that clay building up against my finger. And then you see, you get a little mushroom. And that works really good if you're doing translucents. They look really cool. So I'm holding this about 4 inches above, and I'm just going to keep it above my table and zigzag back and forth. I'll go back up front here. And see, now the rest looks all kind of the same color, but inside they are different colors. This is a lot harder when you're trying to stay out of the way of the camera. Okay, so I'm at the end. Cut that off. I'm going to back up my handle and loosen both caps. That way I'm ready to take that apart and clean it for the next one. So now I have more clay to work with. You can see there is an air bubble, which I will cut out. That was probably from that red disc. I don't see any others. Good places to look for them are where there are kinks. I don't see any more though. I don't see any cracks. So I'm going to cut that air bubble out. And I cut into that. I don't know if I can show you that, but you can see there's a hole. It's a little hole. So now we're going to try to keep track of our color. It's harder when you do a two stack pass. I'm going to save my mushroom. And then what I do with these is I just stick them on a pin, stick this in foam, or I lay it on batting and bake these either way. And you can pinch and flare these out more if you have that kind of hands that can do that kind of work. But they're fun to have for other projects. So I'm going to make this just a little brighter. I don't want to blind you like I did in the last segment, but I think it helps you see the colors better. So this is nice and yellow here, and then I can see right there it starts to turn to orange. So I'm going to cut it that big. And that's going to be my size of cuts I use, which is a good size. And I'm going to keep them in order. And you can see the colors changing. Now, let's see where this is. This is in the greens and yellows. The other end is orange. So that's where the change is taking place. There's the blues and greens. Then it went to the greens, into the yellow. Now, even though the outside of this actually looks purple here, the inside is what's the more important color. That starts out orange, goes into reds, magenta actually. Some getting into purples. back into blue. Now I sand heavily. I like to sand. That's back into green. And then this is the very end, which starts out green gold. Let's see where that ends up. Ends up green gold. It's surrounded. It's green gold in the center, surrounded by a thin layer of blue. I don't know if I can zoom that or not. Actually have you see it in focus. Okay. And that's how it starts, and then it ends with less yellow in the center and more blue. So now I will be, as we're using these, I will use that as a reference guide. You can see this one starts out orange. I cut that little piece of yellow off the end. So I didn't do that double stack of yellow, so most of my yellow went to the outside, and it went to the outside to about here, and then one of the other colors, by that time it had worked up to the end of the extruder, started working its way to the outside. Okay, so I have different components here. Here is, like in the first pendant we did, the stair step. That's the same one. This is what I call a doorway. These three are what I call windows. This is a double spiral. We got single spirals. We have a zigzag. Now you can see, I want to show you this. This is a case where the clay got dented. And I smoothed it out, but you can see it changes. Those color flows stop dead and change, because even though I got dented and then I smoothed it out, it changed where the clay was. And then I have what I call bullets, which are the little short snakes. And then we have just regular strings, which is using a piece of clay straight. So I'm going to show you how I do this now. I'm going to keep the camera big. Maybe I'll go just a little smaller. See where I'm working. Okay. So this part is about creating these components. And I'm going to start with the door. The door, typically, I like to have the centerpiece darker than the outer two layers. So I will look. That one's yellow than orange. I think I want a bluer door. I'm going to look on the ends here. So here's a piece that is dark blue into red. Red's around the center. The other end is just red. So this end is going to be darker if we sand that deep into it. So I'll use this for my door. I want to keep these. Usually I put those off to the side somewhere. Get a tile. Now the other thing with this is I'm going to be building this on a tile. Always make sure your tiles are clean. And it's going to be bigger because I have more clay. But when I go to cut my pendant, which this is a large pendant, and I like making them this large because with the easy back, they're big, they're colorful, and that easy back just takes all the weight out of them. You don't have a solid full thing of clay behind them. So my door, starting with the dark blue side, I'm going to cut a strip. I'm going to roll one end to a bullet, to a point, and it's pretty much closed. I'm going to roll just a little bit more, pushing back to shorten it up. Okay, and it does have a downward turn on one end. Then, using from the same end, I'm going to start on one side and arch, and don't try not to crease your clay. I'm going to straighten that up. My pointed end is down, it's touching the table. That point is buried under there. And you can make doors 3 or 4 layers thick. I'm going to just do 3. Then you take the same end of that clay and start on the same side. Now I'm not smashing anything yet. I'm just trying to build my components first. So there we have a door. And best tool for moving clay around. Okay, the next is windows. And usually I make windows too high. That's actually a spiral down there. So the windows, I want to go for a totally different color range. I know they'll be next to the door. So there's pink, which I have pink in that last layer of the door. So I'm going to go somewhere else. Pink. Okay, this has orange on this end and yellow on this. So I'll use this for my door. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this for the outside frame. For the outside frame of the window. And then I'll try to pick a different color for the inside frame. So that's orange. I got pink in here. I'm going to have orange. I'll use this for the inside of my windows. So I'm going to cut 2 of those right in a row. Those will be the inside. And I'm going to roll those into bullets. Trying to roll the same end so that my color flow stays. So one window will be more orange than the other. This has less orange, so that'll be more yellow, and this one will be more orange. So there's those, and then I need to pick a color for around the frame. I think I'm going to go up here. That's more pink. This one's blue-green. Now these are kind of long, so I don't need to go all the way to the end. I don't want to waste my clay. Slowly bend it. Don't try to force it. Straighten this out. Push the point down. Okay. We'll even these up later. There's one. Push the point down. Starting the continuation of this starts on the same size that I started on. And you will find other shapes to make. And I try to put my clay back where I got it. So there's 2 windows. A spiral. So let's see what this one is. Let's put into pink. We'll do a spiral. This is a brighter green one with a little bit of purple around it. So a single spiral. I'm rolling the end. You got to go just a little thicker. And I start to roll my spiral by hand. But I'm rolling it by hand, but I'm also pushing that point down to one side. So you can see it's more to this side. I hope you can see that. It's more down to that side. And I'll continue that downward motion just for a little bit to make sure that point is buried. Then I will work on the table. I need some more light here on this side, I think. I hate to have that glaring in your face, but try to work from this side backwards so you can see better. Anyway, once you get that started and that point is down, and I'm actually rolling it in a little bit so that this next curve comes over top of it a little bit. That keeps that from being a different color. And you roll as far as you like. And I usually leave a little bit of a tail on these because I don't know where or how I'm going to use them. So I want some excess. So there's one swirl. And this one has some orange into red, red into purple. I'll make another swirl with this. Actually, that's one swirl. I'm going to make a double swirl. Let me find another color of clay. This is a lot of orange, and this is purple. So I'll use a lot of, well, that one has orange. I'll use the red into purple end. And let's see what this is. And that's more of that green. That'll be good. So I got two contrasting colors, basically red and green. We're going to roll the ends. To close them. Then we're going to bend them into little hooks. I need to get that a little more. I'm going to bend these into little hooks. See that little hook? Then we're going to interlock the hooks pointing down on the table. Now, I have a dent right there. So I want to make sure I'm turning it the other way so that it's on the bottom. Hooks are interlocked together slightly and touching down. And then I'm going to bring this one around, making sure that dent stays down. And then bring this one up around the other way. Slowly. You want the clay to just bend by itself. Don't try to force it. Sometimes you got to keep pushing them together. And then once you get a little bit of them and they're connected, you can just spin a little bit to get it going. Just go a little bit more. It's kind of big, but that'll be fine. Same thing. I'll leave a little bit excess tail on here. So there's a double spiral. All right. Now, who knows where I got these pieces now. So then we have the zigzag. The zigzag, I'll use this orange and yellow. I'm not worried about the end because, as you can see in here, this zigzag goes off. So this is just bending back and forth. Now, you don't want to pinch here. If you pinch too much, you can see how the color looks kind of wide at the end. And that's how it should be. But if you pinch too tight, then it makes the shape a little weirder. I don't know how to describe it, but so we're just coaxing it back and forth, not trying to point the end. Leave those round. Keep one finger down. Try to keep even pressure. I'm trying to keep them even. This will be my good side. The other side will go off the edge of the pendant. So I'm trying to keep these bumps the most even and not pressing down and squishing them weirdly. Okay, there's a zigzag. Got single spiral, double spiral, zigzag, single window, double window. These are just fill-in pieces, and then I'll do a staircase again. Now, you can't really see it on here, but what I like with my staircases is I like the color to change, to go up. Lighter towards you, darker away from you. Let's see what this is. Seems like everything has blue in it. Orange into red. My door was reds and blues into purples. So let me go for a different color. Using the different colors makes better contrast so you can see the components. So this piece is orange and it goes into an orange red. So I will use this. And because I want the colors to change on the stair steps, cut a fresh edge on that. And I don't have to roll the ends of this. I'm going to keep this in order. And 2, 3. I'm going to cut a little one and then a step and then a little one and a step and a little one. Okay. So what I did there, I'm removing those little pieces of clay. So there's my first step and my second step, which more than likely I'll lose that. So I'm going to start with those two because I'll more than likely lose that one. Then I'm going to skip the next, well, I did that. And let's do this. I won't use that one. I'll use these two that are in a row together. I'll skip the little piece and go to the next one. And skip the next little piece and go to the next one. And skip that little piece and go. That gives me 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's actually 6 on this one, so I'll add this back at the bottom. Okay, that's a staircase, and I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. I don't think they're going to fall off the tile. But you can see how the bottom step is more orange, and then it gets redder towards the top. I'm actually going to use that upside down the other way because this is more red, and I want the orange more to the door, but we will see how that goes. There's a door. See what I did there? But that's an easy fix because I know that the color will always find a smaller pattern. Well, that's a good way to hold it. So my orange, let me see if I can zoom the camera on this. Try to keep it in focus and zoom it. So my orange in the first one is smaller than my orange in the second one. Then the orange gets bigger, but there's a little dot of gold in the center. In the third one. In the fourth one, the dot gets bigger and the orange gets bigger. Then you can see the dot even bigger, and then it's the red starting to come through and take over the orange. So that's the proper order for that. having issues. And I'll unzoom my camera again. And then some bullets. We're going to make some bullets. Now, say I wanted to make something that looked like, you can't really see it on this one, but if more of these were showing and you bunch them in the right way, you can make something that looks bushy or planty. Planty, if that's a word. So I'm going to look for some green. There's some purple and green, but it's mostly green inside. So I'm going to cut a few of these. I'm still in the green and the blue, so that's good. And I will roll those all into double-ended bullets. I will keep them in order because this one has more blue and starting to get into the red, and this has more green. So these will be lighter and brighter if I want to try to keep the lighter, brighter ones towards the top and the darker ones. I will keep them in order. I will roll all those. I'm going to double check my notes to make sure I didn't miss any shapes. I don't think I did, but I just want to be sure. And on these spirals, make sure there's no raised up spots. And I will probably make a few more single spirals to have. And then I'll be back. Okay, we're back. There's my little bullets that I rolled, and I kept them in order from the lighter ones down to the darker ones. I did decide to keep my stair step. Oh. Yes, I'm going to keep the orange towards the top. And you can see on this one, I have the stair steps and the door and a circle, a bush, whatever you want to call it. So I want to keep my straight side of my ends all to the one side. I have to trim it straight. Use cardstock to help you move. Okay. Now I'll be building this in place. So once I place something, I won't be moving it. Okay, they're just all touching and they're attached to the tile. And the first thing I'm going to do, and just like we did on this pendant, along here, when you go to cut, wherever you have ends of strings coming up to a solid piece, you need to plan for that and always undercut. Just slightly. And I don't know what I'm going to put there yet, but that's ready. And then I'm going to place my door. I'm trying to keep this. Oh, here I have a selection of round cutters. This is the Sculpey set plus one extra one. And these are the 5-piece Kemper circle cutter sets. So, and whatever cutters you have, but thinner metal is better. I would not use plastic on these. They drag too much. And also, don't ever use plastic over yours to cut your shape. If you have to, you have to, but I really feel that it will make a weird framing around the edge of your piece like this, because it's going to drag differently on the clay. So I have my stair steps in place. Got my card here. And I'm going to move my door down here. Now, that's obviously too tall. I mean, that's already going to be, you know, a 3-inch pendant. So I'm going to cut my door off. and I got cut edge going against a string of clay. So I'm going to slightly undercut. Move that. And then use my card to move that up to there. And press towards the cut ends towards the stairs. Just gently, just trying to attach it, get it in place, and make sure my ends aren't going to bend up. Now, here's my double spiral, and I'll have to make some more of these components as we go. But that's what I call my bush. And I think that's a good size. Some of it's going to be cut away. But so I need to find a cutter. I need to find a cutter that's about that size. And that's a good one. So I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm going to stay away from the seam end. And I'm going to start my cut right where they meet, on the outside of the door frame. And just cutting a place to nest in that spiral. So you see I have cut edges up against a smooth string. And that's how you have to build things. Now, if you see here, you can leave those steps like that, or you can cut them off straight. I'm going to cut them off along the side of the door. And I don't know what I'm doing there yet. I know I'm going to have windows. So slight undercut. And you can see how my stair step from the bottom to the top, the colors will change. Now, the windows. I gotta see, this is my top window. And I don't think it really matters. These are kind of tall. Bring this down here. I like my window to be either even with the door or just above it. And usually when it's just above it, I actually like it to slightly curve over the door. Now, before we can place that though, I have to connect these two windows. So I'm looking for a cutter that's as wide as these two windows, and I think this is it. I'm going to just test cut right here. That's probably good. So I'm going to try, I'm going to cut that a little shorter. I want my ends to be in. I want it to hold together, and I'm going to go up a little shorter. And I'm kind of cutting on an angle to attempt to have a undercut. Then I'm going to see how long this is. Now I'm going to put a spiral here, so I'm going to cut this one just slightly. All right, and then I'll place my windows. It's like putting together a puzzle, and everything, the more tight that you can get it, the better. Now here's a little gap. I want to wiggle that out and make sure that they're attached. And then I'll put the whole thing against there. Now in here, I'm going to put another spiral, and I'll use this single spiral. It's a little bigger than that, so I'm going to get the next size cutter up. That's probably too big. We will see. I'll use this one. And we're just going to slightly recut that bottom and cut into the stair just a little bit. I may lose part of this, but I'd rather build it right. I mean, hopefully I will have the top part of that spiral. Now, this pendant is all ready. Let me find a ruler here. Okay, now assuming this is going to spread out more, here's my ruler. So right now, it's from the edge of that circle to the side of the door, it's 1 3/4 inch wide. Like I said, I make big pendants. This one is 2 1/4, a little over 2 1/4 inch wide, but it's light. So that's probably almost as wide as I want to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull this tail down here for right now. And I want to use some of these jaggedy bushes in there. And that's the first one. Now, you got to remember, you also have to push your points down. That one's up. Take that one off of there. I'm going to put the 2 inside ones first. And make sure those points are down. Point down, fill it in. I don't know how much of this I'm going to get to keep in the design, but point down. Okay. I think I'm going to stop there. Now, I have a zigzag here. I'll save that for a minute. So now I just need to make some other components. I usually like swirls up in the side here. So I'm going to make 2 more swirls. I'll take this one. Hook my end and kind of down to one side and start rolling it, trying to curve that point underneath. Now here's where you can do, I'm going to have another swirl in here, but you can, let me take another color here. Move this back a little bit so that I have room to push my point down. Then I'll put my swirl back up. And this is kind of tight here. See, that's a big space. If we leave that much of a space, we're going to have a problem in spreading in a weird way. So I'm going to take that off and cut that away, start over. And what I can do Let's have two. I'm going to start one in here, pushing that point down under there, and I'll pick another color. Once I get to this point, I just make sure I grab from a different spot. I've never had one that I didn't like the colors. Okay, so now we have these two. And that will help that be a better fill-in in there. And I could let that go that way and play a little bit more, but I'm going to get these to where they're touching together so they both flow together. Alrighty, so those are there. And I'm going to make another spiral. Roll the end under and down. Now sometimes, I'm going to start that one over, because of the way my hands are, I tend to always roll them that one direction, and then I want to roll some the other direction. So this one I'm going to start over here and roll down, so the spiral goes a different direction. It's not that huge of a deal, but just something nice to do different. Now, I have to decide how to place that. So I can take one of these little round cutters and just trying to make sure I'm on the right part of the camera. I'm just nudging that clay into more of a curve. So if my circle is bigger, and I'm assuming, since this is now 2.5 inches tall, this is going to go off the edge. So now what I can do is fill that in. And I can make a little staircase. Oh, let's use this one. No, I'll use this one. Nope, I'll use this one. Indecision. So I'm gonna cut 3 and put them together like a staircase. Make sure they're well attached. And I'm going to decide, is it going to go in this way or this way? I will probably do it this way. So you can see I think I need a little bit bigger. I need a cut in. And that's that curve. And I'll need a cut in for the other curve. I could probably use the next size down, but I'm going to just go ahead. You got to remember the size of that space. So it's not very wide. It tightens to less than 1/4 inch. So I'll put that in there. I'm going to have more flare out at the top. Okay. Oops, and one piece. Don't ever use a needle tool. Because you will be very displeased. Okay, so that one all fell apart. I'm going to do that again with another one. Use this one. Keep them in order. I'm going to put them on paper this time when I cut them. So I know my first cut. And I could try to get them in there, but I think it's usually more difficult. There we go. That's better. And just nudge that right in there and push that up against there. And get this nudged in nice and tight. I could put another staircase along here. I am going to bring this down around here because I won't build past that. I don't want to have these come down over the door. So maybe I'll put a little spiral in there. I'm going to make this one. To a spiral. Now once you build one of these with the thicker string, try it with the next size string down. Now I have to keep it this way because that's how I rolled it. Because the bump is on the bottom, the point. So what I'm going to do, I'm looking at that curve there. And I want to have it touch either the door or the green string. I'm going to have it touch the green string. So I'm going to cut it just at a slight angle, just enough for me to nudge that in there. And make sure that cut is angled down. And nudge that there. There we go. So now that doesn't look like it's the door. I'll bring this around and follow it. And I think I will just actually put that right up into there. And come down. And get into that curve. No. I'm going to cut that. And see where I need to get it. I want to have it go right down on top of that. So when I do it, I'm gonna undercut every time, so that when I get it there, it's ready. And that's good. I'll just push my circle back up. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to nudge in my zigzag. And those little points there you really can't do, but this one will keep the door from distorting into that, and hopefully that's the one that distorts. And then you can always do this and nudge these in. And make that just, one part of a zigzag. You can cut into a zigzag and put another spiral, which I'll do that here. Let me make a spiral with this one. And I'm going to make it the other way this time. My point rolled. Make my hook. Push it to the downside, start to roll. Once you get it down there, it's better to roll them on the tile. And we'll see how big. I'm going to go a little bigger. I don't want it that big, but it'll be a different size than those. So I think this is a good size cutter. Now I could cut that away, or I could just nudge this in. I think I'm gonna cut into the yellow, but not the brown one. That'll give me a spot for that. And then this can come over there. So now my thing is, I'm measuring from the outside of this. I'm under 2 inches to here. I want to keep that bush because I tend to lose it a lot. So I will build some more over here. I will consider this side done. I might lose that spiral. I'm gonna lose that spiral. So I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna cut that circle farther in to get my spiral in there. Those aren't touching, so I'm gonna nudge. Now, if you have to, get something like a bamboo skewer. I got a nice long one here. And you can help that to work that into that point, but stay down to the bottom. Try not to touch the top. Bend it at the bottom and get it in there. A little triangle like that. I'm going to tip this in the light better. Having more light problems. But you can see the tile down there. A little one like that is fine if you don't have too many of them. Okay. So, I got a nice little whimsical pattern going on here. I need something here. So I think I'm going to do another short stair step there. Or I could just undercut that one. Sometimes you can undercut them, but you got to turn it the right way. See, now that could possibly make a the inside show. So I'm going to go ahead and do a point. And I'll just scooch that out just a little bit and bury that point down in there. And the next one I'll try to do an undercut. It's not as much of a... If you have to, knock it down a little bit. Nope, that's scary. Now see, I would... Nope, I'm gonna roll it. I don't know whether I'm not standing at the right angle, but I'd rather not risk it. Roll that up a little bit, get that tucked in there, and roll it back down. Get one more of those. Okay, I think that's nice. And you can't really tell from the colors until we get there. Filling in. I'm a little worried up here that I don't want to lose my spiral, so I need to put some above the top there. So this is a place where I'll undercut and stick that there. I can probably have enough. No, I'll leave it go. Just trying to follow that and get it down in there. And then I'll do another one. I may never get to that much. Alrighty. So I have, this is how much clay I have left. I have these two little bullets, which I probably won't use. And I got 3 little pieces. I know I'm not going to cut past there, so I can roll that up. And I just need to, this spiral, I'm going to nudge into here. I'm going to re-undercut this piece here because it's smashed. And I want it to be nice and tight. Actually, I will use one of my other bullets in there. And push the point of my bullet down. I think that's good. This bullet end needs to go down. And I can roll that on there. Okay, so that's going to be out past the edge. So I just have a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in a few verticals. I am going to cut this, undercut it, and see if I can get it in there that way. See, I'm slightly turning it so that nicely fits in there. That's enough. I'm gonna oh, I got an undercut on that. Alrighty. I think that's plenty. That is plenty because it's going to spread. I can get most of my spirals in there, some of my plant. I could even go to a bigger cutter than that. So I'm going to stop there and call it done. And I will start the smoothing process, but then I will cut away. I want to get to the easy back and the backing on this. Now on the first pendant, I didn't put backing clay on there. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I didn't on this one. Once we get this all smooth, we're going to put it on a backing sheet of 18 karat gold. Just because. Sometimes I just do it that way. Nudging from the edges, trying not to dent, just nudging things close. And I'm just going to start the process just going over the different pieces so you can see what I do. And like I usually work to the center, but here I have the door. I'm going to rub towards the stairs where the cut edge are, starting in the middle, going around the hoop. Down. Same thing with the windows. And start in the middle, and start at the top and come down. Stairs go towards the cut edge. Spirals, I usually start in the center. I'm on the yellow one at the moment. Now I'm on the red one. You gotta watch things don't push away from you too much, but it's always more important to cut a cut edge like that against something than it is to flatten this so that you don't tip them up. All right, these I'm just going to go over each one just a little bit to get them starting to flatten. I'll go around this spiral. I'm going to start here and go up over that string, flattening that out hopefully into the little triangles that I had space. And then I'll go here, do that one. Follow my zigzag back and forth. There's another spiral. These strings are going to start with the inner one. Most of this outer one will be cut away. Just a little wiggle back and forth on those cut ones. Come to this spiral and down, pushing these cuts up into there. And these pointed ones. Those are actually rolled under, so they're safer to press towards there. I'm a little worried about that spot right there, but I'm going to go with it. And this is going to be like the other one, many times going over it. But once you get it moving, always try to work pushing towards the center to close the gaps. You want to spread it to close the gaps, pushing in versus spreading it flat and having it go out. This is going to be a nice one. I have a feeling. I love the surprise of after I bake it and sand it, what it looks like. Okay, I'm going to cut away now. When I come back, this will be fully flattened. I'm not going to make you watch that long process again. I did try to shorten the previous section up as much as I could. And I will be back. Let me show you this up close. See, there's good contrast and color balance, and that's from the outside. So when I do it from the outside, looking at the outside colors, I'm assuming the inside colors will change. Even though they change dramatically, they will change and be contrast in all the other spots that there's contrast now. They'll just change colors, but still have contrast. Alrighty, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. My piece is smooth. There's a couple little spots here where I'm gonna just do a little more smoothing. Right there. And then here. Holding it up to the camera actually makes it much better. So I'm going to do a little bit more smoothing. I just had released it. And I can feel the ridges. And I'm going to give it another press. And sometimes I back them, sometimes I don't. It just depends on the day. There's still a little bit more there. I'm going to go ahead and back this though first. This is rolled on a number 3, which is my 4th thickest setting. And the reason why I decided to back this one is I'm going to make it a larger pendant, so I want the strength. This one was not backed. It was made on the same disc hole, and it's strong. I mean, I can bend it. But by the time I get the other backing on, the backing clay on, it won't be bendable. This one is really not bendable at all. And it only has it has about the same thickness. This one is flat. And what I usually do on these is I'll do a backing clay of textured clay. And then I have a different kind of bale that I build for on that, which I'll cover in another class someday. Let me get a patty paper. Don't want any bubbles. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start my edge, put my patty paper on, and I'm holding my clay up, and I'm starting at one side and burnishing and slowly releasing my clay down. I don't want any bubbles in between there. All right, I'm going to give this one more pressing with my finger. Go over all the components. Do some 2 or 3 finger rubbing. And you can see how the colors have changed since before. They're brighter. You can see the color changes more in there. And that's because it's spread out. That skin layer of clay on the outside of the extrusions has gotten thinner. Okay, I'm gonna do a press. little bit of a rock. I'm going to release this from my tile. Save my excess clay. I'm going to release this from my tile because I don't want to cut it on the tile with my round cutter, because then it will cause that little bit of distortion. Cardstock. Have it on a piece of cardstock. I'm going to do one more burnish lightly. I don't want to stick it to the paper real hard. Now, if there's any little creases from the plastic, I'll do that. I'll smooth those out after I get it onto the form to make the dome. So, my choices of cutters. I had this one, but this one's much bigger. And I'm going to go with that because I like to make them big. This is 2.5 inches, little over 2.5 inches. This one is 2.25 inches. And when you dome your piece, it's going to, diameter-wise, get a little smaller. And I don't want to lose any of these great patterns I have around the edge, so I'm going to use the big one. Now, as far as forms to put it on the Sculpey set, the largest cutter, I usually use a standard light bulb. You want a high dome. You want the dome to be high because this is a smaller easy back that I would normally put on this size pendant. But by the time you have backing clay in there and you put your easy back in, you want the easy back to sit mostly inside the pendant. This might be a better show here. You can see how it's just barely sticking out. I'll show you with this bigger one. That's about the most that I'd want it sticking out. So the higher dome, the more it's a hemisphere, the better. Now I have a whole collection. This is a soup ladle. These are ice cream scoops. I have ones I bought. These are bath bombs. That's another good size for the Sculpey largest cutter. And I have these bath bombs. And what I do is I take my cookie cutter and I put it on there. Now that's pretty high. I mean, I'm holding that down here. That's a really high deep pendant. So that's too small. And I could use this one. I'm just putting my thumb there so we can see. That's probably too shallow. So what I have here that I'm going to use is a light bulb, and it's a little over 3 inches diameter, probably a 3-inch light bulb. Put my fingers there so you can see past my fingers is the curve of the pendant, and that's good. So that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to center my cutter. Make sure I'm in on all the edges and try to keep most of the patterns that I can. Kind of centering the door, but if I can't center the door, I'll center the door and windows like that more, but I can center the door and not lose my elements around the outside. Okay, go just a little up. There's a little bit of a, I think that's actually clay on the outside, but I think it is. I don't think it's a dent, so I'm not going to worry about that. The other thing that making your pendants domed versus flat, I made my cut. This little bit of an arch makes different angles, so you get more sparkle. I think you can see the sparkle in this. When they're flat, they just don't get as sparkly. Turn my cutter a little bit. Now that's going to be a big pendant. It's more than 1/8 of an inch thick. I'm not going to worry about the divot from the cutter because we will sand that off later. I'm going to place it on my dome form. Start in the middle, and I'm just kind of rocking my hand to get it attached. And because it's thicker, I need to work it out to the edge and not just press down and try to attach it all at once. I want to get some warmth in the clay and just get it working down. The light bulb was clean, and it'll bend down. You just have to keep working it. Don't go over the edge. It's working. It's still lifting up. You can see it lifts away. Now, if I hadn't put that backing on, it would have probably laid down easier. But at the same time, all this touching with my palm is also doing the final smooth on the surface. And it's still lifting up a little, but it's getting better. You just keep working, and eventually it will go. And you want to make sure it's connected well, because otherwise your circle will be round and all connected, and then it'll flare up like it does there. So I actually have to, reshape the clay to the light bulb. Just laying it on there is not enough. I'm going right up to that edge, rolling towards it. Now I see a little bit of separation here. See those little divots? So I'm going to take a piece of deli plastic. Oops, I almost lost it. And lay over there. And just work on those a little bit. Trying to close them. But try not to dent into the clay. That will just cause distortion. Another thing you can do is take a little piece of patty paper and just put that in spots and just keep moving it. You want to close those little divots up. I'm going to use the plastic. Following the patterns. I'm going to take this off of here. And that's what I meant earlier about arching. That when you go to arch it, it can spread those apart. So if they're not fully connected, that's how you, and what happens is when you sand later, little pieces of sanding particles will get in there and you'll have white dots. I'm going to go ahead and go with this larger dome, my soup ladle. I took a guy and had him cut the handle off. That way the arch isn't spreading that far. and it likes to grab the metal better anyway. There we go. There's still a few there, and I will work on them a little bit. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Get that closed. That closed. I'll get these closed. So this is going to be baked. I'm going to smooth those dots a little bit smoother, and I can take it off of here and flatten it out and do some more smoothing if I decide to. But it's a much better option to do that because those little, you can't see them really, but there's a little space, like you can see that one there where it looks dark. That's because it's shadow. So I will get those smooth and get it back on here. But in the meantime, at the same time I'm going to bake this, I'm going to make the easy back for it. And I don't know if I can get this clay off of here. This will be enough. The larger your easy back is, the thicker it needs to be. So let me just roll this out. I'm going on a number 1 setting. So there's a piece of that. I'm going to take a texture sponge. This is on a number 1 setting, which is my second thickest. I'm going to mist my sponge with water. I'm texturing this because the back of my pendant will have a textured layer on it. And I'm going to run this through the pasta machine 5 times. And it kind of dented on me there, but you can see now we have a nice build-up texture. And I'm going to use a larger size. This is less than 1.5 inches. It's more like 1 3/8. I'm going to cut my circle. And then I'm going to use an oval cutter. This is a 3/4 inch oval. I have another one that has more, it's more rounded at the end. It's more like flat sides and then it's just round at the end, but either one will work. And this is why I call this the easy back. So you're gonna wanna make, we're making what looks like a t-shirt. The neck and the arms cut out. And I'm gonna put my, trying to make sure I'm right over the camera. I'm gonna, there's the divot from the cutter, so that's where I'm gonna cut away. I'm gonna put my cutter a little more than halfway into there and cut. Now leave that piece of clay in there, because what you're gonna do, you're gonna turn it around and you're gonna get this edge of the circle that we cut away right on the same edge, perfectly lined up. A little farther down and cut. That's how you get an equally spaced holes. Now we have to dome this, and what I have for that, these are measuring spoons and they're hemispheres. I got these at Kohl's. They're from the Food Network, but if you look online, there's other brands of them. They're stainless steel hemisphere cookie cutters, and they come in a set of 6. I've seen different sets. There's actually a 8-set one, but the 6 is plenty enough. This was like $14 full price without any discounts. And use the largest one. I'm gonna put our easy back on there. And using my sponge so I don't mess up the texture, I'm going top to bottom first to attach it to the spoon. Then I'm going to work from the center here out to the point and the center there out to that point to get it all attached. Then you can see how these two look a little different. I'm going to lift this up and wiggle a little bit to make them a little more even. And then I'm going to work towards this tighter end. And by the time I work to this end, if they don't look even, which these are almost there, I can lift this up and reposition it a little bit to make sure they're even. So we're going to bake this. We're going to bake this at the same time. I am going to do a little more smoothing to close those divots. And then I'll be back when it's baked and we can put it together and sand it. I do some sanding, then put it together, then I do a final sand. Okay, my pieces are baked and out of the oven. Take this off the form. And there's the back that was gold. Good and firm. And that's my easy back. And now you can see there'll be a layer of clay between these. But you can see how even that large size fits just inside with only a little bit. And you want that little bit hanging out because that keeps your cord from getting bent or pinched in behind. So we're going to start sanding. And the first part we're going to sand is this back edge. I sand that till it's flat. You can see that. See the difference? Turn it in the light this way. So we will sand this till it's flat. And that's on 220 grit sandpaper. 220 grit wet dry sandpaper. And I'm doing it makeshift here because I can't do this at my sink. I usually work on my kitchen counter. And if you're working with smaller ones, you can make a tape handle. Get a long piece of tape. And you bend it in the middle and stick it to itself. And this is already wet on top, so it probably won't stick that long. And then you put it on so you have a handle. Always try to sand to take care of your hands. I don't know what that sounds like on the video, so I might edit the sound. And turn it around every once in a while. The pressure and balance of turning it around, the balance of turning it around will keep it even. Go both directions. And that's about halfway there. You want a nice sharp edge there. We're almost there. You see, that wasn't that much. There's still a bit of a slant back that way, so you want to do it till it's perfectly sharp. We're getting there. We want a little bit more. I'm gonna try to hold it down here. There's still a bit of, goes up to a point and then kind of tilted down. This back piece should be perfectly flat. And when you're pressing like this, don't press in the center because that flares the edges out. Just try to keep it flat and even. You don't need to put that much pressure on your hands. Okay, you can see now how nice and sharp this is. See that nice sharp edge. It's flat along the back. So that's it with this one. Taking the tape off, comes right off. Now, you should never use 220 to sand the front. It will make scratches that will take much more sanding to get out. If you believe you're going to sand this till it's very bright, you can do a very light pass with 320, which I'm going to do just a little bit of that. And when we're sanding, there's zones. There's a center zone. There's a zone, a band around about that far, and there's the edge zone. When you're sanding over the edge, you don't want to sand down and over. You want to sand down and off at the same angle. You don't want to do extra sanding on that sharp edge, because you'll have a noticeable difference of color. Now this has a little bit of a ridge from the cutter. I'm just going to get that off. And just do a little bit more like this with the 320. And I'm just using the lightest pressure. I'm letting the sandpaper do the work. And going off the edge. And then lightly curved in the middle, letting the paper do the work. I'm not pushing hard. There's no reason to kill your hands for sanding. Now you can see a little difference in this. Whatever level of sandpaper you're working with, the next level is usually twice as long. Okay, this feels nice and smooth. There's no bumps or ridges. I mean, it feels a little grainy because that's a stronger paper. But I'm going to switch to my next one. The next one is 400 wet dry sandpaper. Okay, the sandpaper's wet. And the same focus. I'm going to go on the center zone, then the middle zone, the 1/3 of the way out zone. Keep your hands relaxed. And then this zone on the edge, never going down and over, just off the edge. But you can see the colors are slightly changing. And I'll do more with 400 probably than any other grit, because the higher grits are just for smoothing out the sanding from the 400. You can see the color starting to come up. And the water helps. It exaggerates how sparkly it is. Now you can see how my center of the door is darker. My windows are different colors. It looks like they're lit from inside. And then the center zone. When your paper gets a little bit older, it is more flexible. And you can see the lines in between are starting to come out darker. See, the colors are all starting to come up. The center of the door is getting darker because that had a darker section. The orange is coming out of this yellow here, the zigzag. My two colors of my double spiral are coming out. This is turning blue, where these are going aqua. And the more I sand, the brighter it will get. I'm going to do a little bit more with the 400, and then I'm going to switch sandpapers to a different type to show you. But I usually always go up to 400 with regular wet dry. It does the work much faster. Sometimes go circular in the other direction. I always go circular, especially if you're on a rougher sandpaper. I think you get more overlapping coverage than if you're just going straight back and forth. You may be putting straight sanding lines into your piece. There we go. It's getting nice and bright. Now I'm going to switch sandpapers, and I'll show you what I have here. These are called Abranet, A-B-A-R-A-N-E-T. I buy them from DonnaHarrimanDesigns.com. Some of you may know Donna Harriman, and they are marked. This is 800. This is 600, 400, 320, which I'm not going to use that one, 240, and 1000. So I'm going to go with the 400, and it's a different material. It's fuzzy on the back, and it has like a plastic sanding mesh. And it's nowhere near as loud as sanding with wet dry. Seems to be less messy too. Now occasionally you'll get a piece where, let me see if I have one yet. I don't really have one here, but you can see the green, yellow on this. It's going to be different from this because they're from slightly different parts of this thread. But when you get more towards the end of sanding with the softer grits, you can try to even out a color, but I don't usually bother. I like the flowy, glowy color changes. Both directions. And sanding like this is actually no pressure whatsoever on your joints. Now I could really, as far as how bright this is, I could stop there. I want to get a little more change on some of these outer circles. And I tend to miss the middle the most. So it always seems like I'm purposely trying to remind myself. This feels nice and smooth. You see how all those beautiful colors are coming out. I'm going to give this one a little bit more work in the center on that doorway. Now you can see here, compared to this one, I had my bends nice and tight and smooth. I didn't get this wide flare out. I didn't get the wide flare at the where they folded. So that's the goal for me anyway, is to try to have them look like that. All right, I'm going to switch to the next level. That was the 400. And you can see the door starting to turn a little blue there. So either that's not because it tipped up. I think it's just I'm getting into the next color. I've probably sanded there more here than I did here. So when I go to the 600, I'm going to stay away from that section just a little bit. And let the other colors come up in the rest of that center part of the door. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing watching someone sand, but there's a lot of people that don't know how. Now you can see this window, the top window, the frame is going green. The inside of the window is getting more yellow. And you just get to decide when you want to stop. Now we still need to go through the other two grits. move to the 800. I mean, if you're working with wet dry sandpaper or some other kind of micro mesh numbers work differently. I don't know how they are. There's a different scale. I like how this is getting bright and bronzy looking there. Moving on to the 1000. The better sanding you do, the less buffing you have to do, especially if you're doing it by hand. Now the water, this is what this would look like if it was machine buffed. That nice bright glow, sparkle. I don't know how well the sparkle's showing up. It's not like glitter, but it's a sparkle. It's almost like if you ever have gold or silver that's been frosted. Sometimes I've seen beads like that, or it has that kind of sparkle. All right, I think I'm done. If there's an area like here, this is orange. I mean, it's up to you. Now this is going from yellow into brighter orange because that's how the snake of clay went. This one here looks mostly gold, but if you tip it over, you can see how red it is. I could sand more. That would go more to red. Let's look around the edge here. This purplish looking color on the edge, it's hiding some blue and then some green. So if I sand more, that's what that's going to change. This red, magenta red, is getting ready to turn into blue. This is slightly orange that's turning into magenta. And these blue purples are getting ready to go to greens. So that's, I mean, you can look to see if you want to change a color. Like if I want this to get a little more red, I'm going to work on that spot. I might go back to my 800. I think I like it that way. I got enough other red colors in the mix. So, there we go. Okay, I'm going to dry this all up and I'll come back and I'll show you how to put the easy back on. And then we'll be done. I am going to put a picture up right after this. And it's a pendant that has a swirl like a sunset. And it has a blue zigzag down the center. I don't have that anymore. But what I was trying to represent in that, I called that one Vista because it was like a sunset and then a blue river going back and forth. And then the sides were hills representing like cornfields or, you know, farm fields on the sides. So I'll put a picture up of that while I'm drying this out and get ready for my next step. Okay, my piece is all sanded. And it's dry and it looks dull looking. This is a tea towel, just a regular old tea towel. It's the woven kind. It's not fluffy. This is my favorite thing to buff with. And I'm just going to buff this a little bit to show you. After I put the easy back on and then bake it again, I will re-sand with the 1000 grit sandpaper or Abranet, and then I will buff it again. But I just wanted to show you. Now you can see it's getting a sheen, and that's not much handwork. I actually like this look better when you see them in person. These always look better in person. Hope I'm not making anyone dizzy. I'll stop there. All right, so now the colors don't look as bright as they did in the last section of the video. I think it's a lighting issue. But so once we put our backing clay in here, which I'll do in a minute, we'll have to get this top. So what we want to look at is what's my top middle, which is this orange here. Primarily more this side of the orange. So that's what I'm going to aim for, and there it is on the back. So this side here. So when I place this, I'm going to try to place it there. But then I also do another check, which I'll show you when we get to that point. So what you need is you need some bacon bond. And you can decide. You can decide whether you're going to take your clay all the way up into the edge. But if you do, to cover this back, make sure it's just to the edge and not over. You don't want to see it from the front. I don't anyway. Or you can put a layer of clay here and trim it flat against this flat edge, which will keep the reveal of the bright colors on the back. I like that. That's usually how I do it. So I'm going to put some bacon bond in here and smooth it out. Now after we get this on here and you bake it, if you decide, you know, we're going to trim clay away, you can take this and your piece of sandpaper, let's pretend this is sandpaper, and you just hold it and slide and do the edge to clean up the edge if you need to. So I have my bacon bond in the center. Now this clay was rolled out on a number 2 and textured 5 times with the texture sponge. Keep it down on the table so you can see it. You can see the texture on there. And we'll use the sponge as we're working so we don't mess up the texture. So I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to cut a circle just a little bit bigger. It helps when you don't have the excess. So I'm using the same cutter that I cut my pendant with. I'm going to cut a circle, and then I fold it back. I fold it back and use my sponge to reach into the middle and start it pressed down the middle. Now I'm not squeezing hard. Gently working. You don't want to have, you want it all the way flat in the middle. Taking my thumbs, pressing it out, not squeezing, just making sure it's attached. And there's no air bubbles. That's why I folded it in half, to keep any air bubbles. And I don't see any air bubbles. So then we're going to take a nice sharp blade, and I hope this one is. Actually, I like this blade better. I'm going to hold it like this and start an edge. And get off some of that excess. Now it's a little wonky here. If you're very careful, you can just keep trimming, and eventually that will even out. But you can see I'm a little shallow here. I overcut there. So what I'm going to do, I'm pressing against this side and the top. I'm pressing against that side and the top at the same time, trying to texture that. and push it up to the edge. And now you can tell by how round it is not that it's going to need trim. So try not to flex the piece. It's still slightly flexible. I'm just trying to let the blade go. Now this is the same colored clay. Okay, so that's cleaned up pretty good. My slice looks round. There's a little bit of raggedy there, but I can take that off with sandpaper. Just going to make sure it's pressed, and I will. When I go to do this next, after I bake it, I will take sandpaper and sand around the edge, probably 320, and just sand around the edge. Now we're going to place our easy back. There's my top. You need bacon bond, and you need very little. I have just that little bit. And where you want it on the inside. So always get some on the inside, and then just touch along the edge. A little bit more. You don't want it gushing out all over. The angle of the curve against this locks it in. So once you push it in, I'm more worried about that inside edge, and then just a slight dab on the outside. Now sometimes you need tweezers, or if you have something like a needle tool, you can hold it like this. This is my center. This side of the orange is my center. So I'm going to just put that there, take my needle out and look at it, and I want it down in just a little bit more. And I think that's good. So I'm going to press it. Now you don't want to press it and flatten it because it's still a little flexible. I'm pressing around the edge, and usually I start with 4 fingers for even pressure and turn it, and just several times, just working it in, and you can see that it's sinking in. But always press multiple spots at once. You'll get a much more even press. But you can see there how it's pressing in. Now, to test to make sure it's right, especially if you use this bail on something like a kaleidoscope pendant where it has to hang right. Well, this is all raw, so I can take it apart easily if I need to. Take a piece of cord, and I'm going to hold this up to my vision line this way, especially if you have a kaleidoscope. Because if you have a kaleidoscope and you hold this cord straight and hold it up in the air, what you'll be seeing is the cord will hit both equal points on your kaleidoscope repeat pattern. Now I'm going to hold this up to me so I can see what it looks like. Okay, and what I'm getting, when I hold this up and it kind of hangs down, I'm kind of getting that. And I'm good with that. I think it looks fine. That still looks like my top. If I wanted to turn it, And this is always a math thing you have to figure out. So if this is straight and then you put your easy back on, but it's tilted that way, and the center is now this, more towards this side. So that was my center I wanted, but my center's actually there. You can see that you would have to twist that back. And you can leave it right there and just twist backwards. And what that'll do is just turn it in. You'll get a little gap right here and right here. And you just put a little ball of clay in there and then reach down in there and retexture it. And that's it. That's all my secrets. I hope you enjoyed the class. This will get baked and then hand buffed, and it'll be done if you choose to machine buff them for a high shine. That's on you. I like them both ways. Just wanted to show you all the scrap from these two pendants. I mixed them together and they make this color. It's a mud because it has all the colors of the clay in it plus the gold. But it's a nice color. I mean, it's a nice color. It kind of looks almost identical to the colors that shows up between these yellows and oranges. So you can use that for your back. That would be, you know, a nice color to use for your back. So there, I usually have very little waste. When I start making purple and red mud, I will add something yellow to it to get it back to this neutral light bronze, champagne bronze. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a nice color. It really is. It's a nice neutral. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support in buying my class, and I hope to have more soon. And if you have any guilds or workshops, I do in-person workshops. I'd love to come for a couple days. This isn't a class that you can teach just in a 2-hour workshop. This is a several-day workshop over a weekend at a retreat. So I'd be glad to come to your guild or your retreat and teach this and some of my other techniques. Thank you very much.